I'm assuming that's our exit, and Johnny's in the way. He's like, nah, bro, you ain't getting out without purchasing shit. And I'm like, alright, man, alright, cool. Well, anyway, so it looks like we gotta go further in. I see those chests, so we're going further in regardless. Get some of this wake up juice in me. Alright. Ooh, that's cold. I don't normally drink cold drinks. I know it's weird. But, I usually drink warm or like room temperature stuff. Mostly due to the fact that it sits in my room and gets room temperature before I, Also, the game is up way too loud on my head. Where did I put that remote? It's over here somewhere. I know it's in my mess of shit that I like move around all the time. Just kidding, it wasn't. It was actually on the other side of my bed. Because I was using it. What was I watching last night? Oh, I was gonna watch anime, so I turned it up. And then I lay down and said, you know what, I'm too tired, and I didn't. Oh yeah, I'm thinking I'm watching that new one, Dress Up Darling. A friend of mine keeps telling me that it's just really a feel-good show, and I'm like, yeah, I haven't watched something like that in a while. Maybe I should. You ready, Mister? At least Faye and Mac is still good. So still nothing major. Ouch. It knew hells. Yeah, I'll probably eventually go through, because keep in mind, I've got like a large chunk of Shadowbringers to go through as well. Goddess Wake. I don't think we can use healing items on mechs, so I'm not entirely certain why they give us them. In mech chests, I mean. This is gonna be mean of us. The Croaker tribe. I'm assuming that means that there's probably a sequence here where we're gonna have to go on foot. I feel stronger now. That's a decent level up. They both were. How the fuck? Supposed to like run and jump? Because I don't think we can do that. I mean, I'll take the free EXP. Oh, wait, there's a door right there. Oops. Yeah, that beckons the question of, like, are we supposed to get across there at any point? Why'd you be the tusks? Alright, this should be much more manageable. We can do this. I ain't messing around. I would love to train more death blows, but honestly, we're at a point where almost everything is going to run us, take us for our money if we don't just. Ooh. I'm pretty certain that means that they're wind resistant. Yeah, we should probably try to escape this. This is not a fun fight to do on foot. Okay, so we had to go through there on foot. They probably expected us to do that on our mechs because we had to push it, but find the 3 hidden stones. Huh? Looks like there's writing carved on the walls. Aim your sights higher. The unseen is true too. Do we have any stones? I don't think we do. Okay, so this is the one. Aim your sights higher. Okay. My guess is the stones are out here. In your side tire. Oops. Well, not oops. Not like I did that. What the fuck's this? Okay, well. Oh my god. Is that necessary? I mean, we can heal, like, right behind us. I ain't worried. But, like, damn, dude. And it did. Yeah, that was a lot of damage. Alright, well, instead of trying to jump across right away, I want to fix up my gear, actually, yes. Oops. I don't know what to do with that. I mean, there's probably a way across that we just don't have access to. Bang, bang. Did he really need a double tap? I feel like one bullet definitely would have obliterated that. Frog dude. Yeah, so the first thing I think of is there's this rock over here that we have to jump on to get out. Perhaps there's something about it. And that platform looks weird too. But like how? I don't really get it. Oh no, not this nerd again. He's really not worth fighting, but I think it's better to try and fight him than to get obliterated and trying to run. You see, his ability to hit is still ass. The Omni Gear didn't help him with that. Yep. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing here, GTA. Not a clue. Hey, Colin. That too. So it said that we should do the center pillar first. And it was to aim my sights higher. The only thing I can think of that's higher is across the way. But if I had to guess, solving the puzzles is what gets us across the way. Is there perhaps another path that I can't see? I'm gonna go back in and read the pillars. Damn it. His shop says nice item. I think we combed over his shop. I don't know if we missed anything. Or saddening? Oh wait, why do you say that, GTA? Read this back. Aim your sights higher. And the unseen is true too. So I'm assuming there's like a secret path. Writing on the wall. Higher than that center pillar. Okay. I actually tried to read some of this writing earlier and it wasn't letting me. So I'm surprised that I can actually read some of it. The center stone will be your foothold. Huh? One per character. You will be. Check the back of the stone pillars. Oh, if I would stop rolling off them when I... Huh? Okay, well... There's 3 stones. Higher than the center pillar. Okay. I thought I had to do shit outside. So I was genuinely kind of confused there. I didn't expect the puzzle to be in the room. I don't know why. I probably should have tried the room first, huh? All right. And then it'll drop something in the middle that we can platform across, right? Nope. I mean, kind of. I mean, it's sort of what they did. That's sort of what it did. He has evasion range, you say? Oh no, Johnny was an enemy the whole time. So many people playing it for the first. Oh damn. I mean, that's good to hear. I mean, like, I know we've talked about it at length that like a remake or remaster is probably like well and beyond off the table. But if there was ever a chance, it would probably be while the game has a lot of hype. Um, Obviously, it would require Square Enix and Monolith Soft to kind of collaborate because obviously Square still owns the rights and or I think Square still owns the rights and Monolith Soft will probably have to be the ones to have a hand in it because it just probably wouldn't come out very good otherwise. Oh really? Oh damn. Okay. I actually didn't know that. But yeah, no, yeah, I'm excited. I think more people need to experience this game after everything I've gone through right now. I mean, sure, is it perfect? Does it have a lot of old things about it that have been improved over years of game development? Sure, why not? But I think that's honestly something that we have to forgive when we play retro games. It's like it's not going to be perfect, and I mean that's kind of the point. Is if this game wasn't released in the way that it was, we wouldn't have a cautionary tale for certain things. Obviously, I think Xenogears is a lot better than even in that regard. Um, not like I think a better comparison for something that I think is a cautionary tale in development would be like some of the early Tales games where they tried to do some things and they very clearly didn't have the budget for it. I think they kind of learned. I hope Bandai learned back then that they definitely 100 or well Namco I think it was actually before they were together really learned from some of the stupid practices that they had going on. Like before that, like stupid practices before like the egregious consumer ones, but on the developer side, right? So, but yeah, doesn't think you could do it anymore. Nah, I mean, I feel like it's one of those things that like developers or creative types and whoever, right, will probably think that or even say that. But I bet you, and I mean, probably, I mean, I don't know the guy personally. I'll admit, there's a chance that he genuinely sticks to his guns, and there's respect in that. But I bet you, if the right amount of money and the right people, brought it together, he'd probably at least try, you know. Especially whereas I think Xenogears actually resonates on a note that I don't think this game would be that controversial released in the modern day. I really don't. Um, Going through it, I think it's got some really good morals. It's got some really good points. I'd say realistically, the only thing that you could maybe tear into this game on is that maybe some of it's more like character to character interactions are a tad bit like movie or like storybook. But honestly, I don't even think that's that bad. Like it's one of those moments where like it's fine. I don't think they do it horror like it's like that's not controversial, but I mean like what I mean like in terms of like cliche storytelling stuff. I don't think it's really even that bad. I think we there comes a point in time where you gotta ask yourself like if movies and stories still utilize some of these tropes, is it really a bad thing? Like I don't know. Again, it's an old game. It did it well before it became a cliche. I'd be willing to bet, but people won't look at it like that when it releases. If it were to be remastered or remade or anything, right? So you think this is a special thing you can't recreate? Yeah, and I mean I think that's why probably if anything, like the like the if there's anything that has a slight chance, it's probably a remaster, and maybe he takes his notes and makes the second disc a bit more fleshed out. Um, with like some more scenes, or hell, maybe even just straight up makes it an animated scene. I wonder how disc 2 would go if instead of reading scenes, it was just straight up animated, like more of the like exposition dumps. I feel like that could be cool. It'd be weird, but I mean, games have gotten away with worse. Like look at Metal Gear Solid. If anybody complains about disc 2 and they've played through the entirety of Metal Gear Solid series, they're hypocrites. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'll say. So yeah, so I don't know. I mean, obviously it's wishful thinking. I get that he doesn't really want to do it, and Square probably doesn't really have much motivation to do it because sure, there's a lot of hype behind things like Xenoblade now, and there's a lot of there's a cult following now for things like Xenoblade X. There's a cult following for things like even I would even say for Xenogears and Xenosaga probably right. Um, it's like cult just because they're older now and they don't really have the fan bases that they probably once did. But still, there's a lot of. I mean, the fact that I stream the game and I got a bunch of people who were like, "Oh, this is my favorite game. I'm glad you're playing this for the first time." I got a ton of people that came by over the course of my playthrough, and I think that shows that there's definitely some interest there. But is it enough? Is Square even paying attention? Obviously, Monolith Soft is. I mean, the fact that Takahashi's been able to make a statement on it means that someone asked him at some point, right? So I think it's one of those moments where like it would have to be a perfect storm. It would have to be the right amount of hands-on that he'd be willing to do it without needing to risk how he feels creatively. Which I think there is a way that happens, but it's he'd have to be able to be open to it, right? And then also you need Square to be interested in giving them the IP, or at least working with them with the IP. I mean, Square's been finicky on whether they want to be a good company or not, so who knows? Um, and then it would also require Square to even realize that there is potential there. That it would be nice to, you know, yeah. But hey, you know what? I know there's a lot of fans of a lot of things over the years, and I feel like this is maybe a more of a hot take for some people than I would like to hope it is. But I don't know. I think there's charm in remaking or remastering things. Now, there's ways of doing it horribly, and I'll gloss over that before I dive into what I'm about to say. So, like a good example would be Dark Souls Remastered, where they got rid of the original. The Grand Theft Auto trilogy remasters, fucking horrible. Why would you get rid of the original? Sometimes people just don't want the newer, updated graphics. Don't deny people that, especially if you're going to release something that's buggy and shitty like that. Come on, man. There's always problems. Don't ever remove your original. So if they are going to, and kind of in the same vein as the way they did Final Fantasy VII, if you think about it, release Xenogears as it is, untouched, as like a Switch, as a PlayStation Network or Xbox Game Pass thing, wherever they decide to release it. It doesn't really matter. Make it so the original is available, so people can buy it, they can play it, they can experience the original the same way that Square did with Final Fantasy VII. It was on the PS3 store. Oh, okay. So I mean, I don't know much about how the PS3 store is going right now, but maybe even just still is okay. That's good. So at least there is some access to it, but maybe make it on the newer stuff. So because people move on. Not I still got my PS3, but I know some people sell their older consoles to get the newer consoles. So on and so on. And I mean you can always emulate it too, so it's not like it's gone. I mean that's what we're doing. We're emulating it. To be fair, I actually didn't know it was on PS3. I may have bought it and tried to do it that way, but I don't know if my PS3 can handle my capture card. I'm actually not entirely certain on that, so this was probably the only way we were going to be able to do it. But yeah, no, like release the original though, and then if they decide to do the remaster remake, do it like 6 months down the road, so you give people time to beat the original and then play whatever the newer version is, if they so choose. It's a great marketing tactic. It's a great way to generate hype. It's perfect. In fact, I'm surprised they didn't do that with Demon Souls. Although now I know why, but at the time I was really surprised they didn't. because there was talk about releasing both games on PC, but obviously now that Sony owns Bluepoint, that's not happening. Anyways, I digress. But anyways, I'm of the mind though that a remake or a remaster or a re-release of a game is ultimately a good thing, even if it doesn't end up being great. So like a lot of people had I hate to dive back to Final Fantasy VII, but it's just I think it's one of the easiest examples of like kind of of what I'm trying to get at is Final Fantasy VII remake wasn't what fans wanted ultimately. They wanted a newer, up-to-date graphics game, but they didn't necessarily want it to be action. Not everyone did, at least. Some people were okay with it. Some people preferred it. It went a bunch of different ways. Some people didn't like the story divergencies, but some people were like, okay, so it's maybe more of a sequel now. That's kind of cool. So the fans were kind of like split on it. They were, went back and forth on a lot of different things with 7 Remake. But it ultimately didn't matter. Not a single bit of it mattered whether or not people liked it or hated it, because the original was there. It was still accessible and people could play it. And I think that if they were, that's ultimately all they have to do in my books. I think that there would be a lot of respect in Takahashi trying. There'd be a lot of respect in Square giving them the chance. There would be a lot of respect in it releasing in realistically any capacity, as long as it's the base game. All things considered, obviously, I don't want them to do a story change. Not to compare it to remake, in that regard, 7 Remake, sorry. But like obviously, them reworking disc 2 to be a more complete package would require them to make some changes, even if it's just in the physical sense, right? No one ever gets a penny from this IP. I mean, if they were to give the IP over, it would probably have to be a joint effort. I feel like Square is still a bit too greedy in that regard. But hey, you never know. They keep in mind, one of my favorite series, Tenshu, just actually had a similar situation happen to it, or a similar situation to what I'm suggesting might happen. Where Activision sat on it too long, and then it went up. And then Acquire, the original developers of the game, actually bought Tenshu back because Activision had let it sit for too long. So it's actually possible that Square lets the IP sit too long, and then Monolith Soft's like, that's ours now. Even if they don't use it, even if they don't do anything with it, they'll be like, nope, sorry, Square, that's ours. You should have did something with it. Because I don't think Square's released anything that is even remotely in the realm of Xeno in the IP. Not that I'm aware of. Like, I don't think they have any spin-offs or any mobile games or anything like that that have went under the radar. So the IP is literally in limbo and stagnation, I would say. I actually, I'm kind of curious to look up when that would come up. But yeah, the dev cycle of this game was totally egregious. I don't know. I feel like if you think about it on a marketing sense, what's better? I mean, actually, I there's a direct example of this, but what's better? To release 3 complete games, because I think, if I recall correctly, it was Final Fantasy 7 and 8, where technically, they started Xenogears in 7 at the same time, but then through Xenogears' development, or like partway through 7 or something like that, and partway through Xenogears' development, they said, nah, Final Fantasy 8's better. And they ripped all the people off. At least that's how I understood. Shop Gears public testing. He sure is. Crossovers, concert, and figures. But does that? I don't think that counts. 75 years now? Is it really 75? Wait, no, that can't be true. Maybe something else happened with Acquire then. I'm actually not sure. I'm not familiar with the laws. I say that in my own personal disbelief. I'm not doubting you. I just damn. But yeah, I guess that's true. They did do something. It was something recently, didn't they? Dude, fuck Disney. Anyways, sorry, I digress. Anyways, but obviously this is retroactive. because they can't you can't go back and change time. But if they had just put time into these games and released them maybe a little bit later than normal. I mean, honestly, I feel like Disc 2 has like the key points of dungeons already made. They only really needed the body of them put in, at least the 2 that we've done so far. And then we needed a couple of scenes, which would have just been like some animation and some writing team stuff. Realistically, what they managed to push out for this, at least what we've experienced so far, obviously I don't know how it goes from moving forwards, isn't horrible. It's actually pretty good considering it was, I guess, in some form like a mitigation of essentially releasing an unfinished product, right? So a lot of props to the dev team for what they were able to do. Oh, that's good to hear. I'm hoping they continue to give up because there's no reason for them to do that. Like, copyright laws do not need to be as egregious as they are. I think we need to go back and look at copyright law at large and fix it. It genuinely just needs to be scrapped and fixed. Worldwide, for that matter. We've talked about this at length. I fucking hate Japan's copyright system. The fact that it's pretty much non-existent in terms of fair use means that companies are allowed to just throw their weight around as hard as they want. It's why things like Gintama and there's another one that comes to mind. I can't remember the name right now. But there's a couple of works in Japan that really skirt that fucking line, and they're really riding that, oh, you might be able to sue us, but maybe you can't, line in a lot of ways, and I fucking respect that. I respect that massively. I mean, I've talked about it before. I had my weeb years. I had my years of thinking, Japan's the greatest, yeah! When I was much younger and just getting into anime. Mostly because, teenage years, I didn't really like much what was on TV to begin with. Anime kind of resonated with me, so I easily fell into that fucking bracket. Anyways, point is, I grew out of it. GTA is gonna make a joke about me. Did you really grow out of it? Don't worry about him. I'm calling you out preemptively, GTA. Gotta clean the house. I feel that. I had to do some cleaning and I'm not even done yet. We have to pull a wire up through my floor and I have to do a lot of work to get it to a workable position. But you guys coming to see Puppies Friday? Oh, nice. But yeah, man, Japan copyright law bothers me to no end, especially considering like there's so many people that want to like start like basing themselves out of Japan. Like if you're not gonna base yourself out of like LA or like Toronto or like a couple other places here in North America, you're probably gonna go base yourself out of like a very few select places east of east of us. And Japan is becoming a larger media hub for that kind of stuff. And yet all these people are getting fucked. Just straight to hell and back. There's a new thing they're doing right now where they're basically throwing out faux lawsuits to basically force YouTube to delete and nuke accounts of people just because they showed a small clip of anime, like less than 10 seconds. Which in our copyright law, if you're not going to be transformative, I think you're only allowed about 10 seconds of a clip, and it's usually, obviously at that point you're probably using it for like review purposes, whatever, blah 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 blah. You're allowed to do the same thing with music, so on and so on and so on. But these companies in Japan don't care because they don't have laws like that, and they're just assholes about it. And obviously it's not, the Toei situation recently. It's not them. It's not the company or the people that make, the animators or whatever. It's usually their legal teams that have been given free reign to do this shit that end up doing it because they make money by doing it. But I digress. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's scummy no matter how you look at it. Tonight, tomorrow night. Oh, I hate that when like you aren't gonna have time, so you have to do it preemptively. I'm the kind of guy that procrastinates right to the last minute, so it's like I'd rather do everything last minute because I feel like I get the best work done. Not to mention I'm lazy and I procrastinate, so there's that too. But the issue that comes with that is that when you know you can't procrastinate, and you're like, damn it, that added stress is so fucked. I hate it. So I feel for you. I don't agree with the entire idea of it. Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. There's definitely a room for people basically taking your work and profiting off of it without doing literally anything, which is just an asshole move, in that ballpark. But then there comes a point in time where, like, I'm not going to go to like I don't know, like a Arcata or a Gigak or an anime YouTuber, what is his name? Totally Not Mark, or there was another guy, I forget his name, that got nuked recently. I'm not going to go to their channels to watch an entire anime because they're not going to upload the entire anime. They're going to upload clips and moments, and they're essentially doing a marketing cycle for these companies for free. Is what they're doing. They're literally for free doing a marketing campaign for them, and then they basically looked at it and like, oh no, free publicity. Oh fuck, I hate that. Now, obviously, if it's a channel that's straight up uploading like every episode of an anime all the way through, yeah, nuke them. Whatever. Even in America, that's in your rights. Like, go for it. Obliterate them, if you so choose. I know some anime companies have actually been being really cool and uploading all their anime to YouTube, so you can just watch it. That's actually pretty chill. So I guess not all Japanese companies are being assholes. They are just allowed to be assholes, which is the problem. But yeah, and then on top of that too, like if you're gonna sit on an intellectual property, especially something that like is beloved, like Mickey Mouse is a good example. They do some things here and there, but they haven't released any really major Disney works based on that. Disney is busy doing other things. Their outreach is so much wider. Disney doesn't really give a shit about Mickey Mouse anymore. They just mostly give a shit that it's theirs and it's only theirs. It's like, man, listen, if people are not going to look at Mickey Mouse and think, oh my god, John Doe on YouTube, Mickey Mouse, that's his thing. Why are Disney using that? No one's gonna do that. Everyone knows where Mickey Mouse fucking comes from. No, nobody's gonna look at Mickey Mouse and not think instantly Disney. It's like some of these companies, man, are. It's almost like they don't really put the logical foot forward, or they don't have anyone that's willing to do that for them, and it's literally just a fear of loss, essentially. And that fear is super unfounded a lot of the times. And actually, I would say unfounded is an understatement. It's beyond the wrong. They are literally sprinting in the opposite direction when it comes to that most times. It's actually why I was really sad. VTubers had a moment a couple years ago where they basically, I want to say it was Hololive, the company, got sued, I think, or they had the legal threat of sue, because their VTubers were playing games that weren't authorized, quote unquote. And FromSoft was a part of this. Nintendo was a part of this. A lot of beloved companies right now were a part of this. And I instantly, I love Dark Souls. I fucking love those games. And instantly, I was thinking like, you better fix this, man. You better fuck right off, because I will not buy your next game. I don't really care about VTubers too much. I watch clips every once in a while. I think they can be funny, and the same way I watch other content creators. Basically, really don't see much of a difference in that ballpark. But the fact that the threat of copyright law legality shit just threw me into a bit of a fit. I was like, no, okay, no, we're not doing this. Obviously they don't give a shit about what I do or my purchase. I'm one guy, but that was how my brain went. I was like, well, this is fucked up. Thankfully, I think they worked it out. I don't know the ins and outs. Hopefully it wasn't like a stupid amount of money that they had to dump to be able to stream their games. Hopefully it was more of just like a talk, I hope. But yeah, it's just. And again, I know I said it earlier. It wasn't FromSoft. Miyazaki didn't fucking whip out a legal document and slap it down on what's his fucking face, Yago, I think his name is, or that's his online name or whatever. He didn't, personally slap it on his desk and say, "I'm suing you." it was some legal team that From has hired to cover their ass, and because they're in Japan, they decided this is covering their ass, which it genuinely isn't. But either way, I apologize. Good ramble, good rants. I do like getting shit off my chest. We were gonna buy the accessories though. I don't know if we'll use them right away. Evasion ring it was, yes. No, we already have one. But we will buy. I think what would we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we have 9. Oh, you know, we'll buy one more just for good measure. Not like I'm hurting for money. We have a bunch of shit I can sell too. Alright. I might not use them right away, but I'll keep them on hand just in case we need them. Mostly because I'm lazy and I don't want to have to go through and equip them all. But we're also in our mexer now, so. Can we even go in the water? No, we can't. I thought we were actually built to be able to go underwater now. I'm surprised they didn't keep that as like a small little feature. Doesn't really matter, but... I would like my free XP now. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we can keep talking while we're running around the dungeon. But I don't know, when it comes to copyright, or not even just copyright, like legal threat stuff, I don't know why it just... I think it's because a lot of us have either grown up or have been around it long enough at this point to see like the negative repercussions that come from that kind of shit. Oh, great. And it's just, I don't know, it always feels bad because like if these companies just took 2 seconds, just literally 2 seconds to just look at how the interaction works, or to even just reach out to someone, like imagine Miyazaki instead of his legal team, you know, he reaches out to Hololive and he's like, hey, I see you guys are getting a lot of like views and shit with this stuff. Do you guys want to like collaborate? Like, you guys are playing our games. Maybe we can do like a special little event thing and like maybe give you a couple figures to give away on stream, generate, you know, whatever. And you want to know what? You want to know what company did do this? A company that actually is just as bad, honestly, all things considered. But at least this was cool. Bandai Namco. Not FromSoft, but Bandai Namco did. They what's it called there? Worked with Kiara, one of the English EN Hololive VTubers, where they had her play Tales of Arise. And she was considered the Tales of ambassador for... Okay, so that's gonna be a shortcut. Whatever we gotta do in here. And, you know, they provided her with assets and so on and so on. She streamed the demo and like hyped the living shit out of the game, which honestly, I was talking about this with Nightmare Vortex the other night. My honeymoon, you know, phase for that game has worn off. I think Tales of Arise was a very good game, but I ultimately don't think that... Find the hidden passage in this room to proceed. Okay. It ultimately didn't really hit as hard as I think some of the other Tales games did. I think there's definitely a larger impact. I still think I love the shit out of the game. Is in the third hall. Okay. Rose Tabard. Curious. Realize the darkness of the walls of the pit, where if you keep moving forward, the path you will find. The hidden passage is in the third hall. Secret is in the wall of the third hall. Any more hints? Whoa! Okay, did we fall into the... Okay, we fell into this passage. I think I see what we have to do now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things for that kind of stuff that I... Okay, so the third hole from the door. So there's a secret in it, but I mean, it wasn't much of a secret. We're just back here again. All right, game, you lied to me. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about it the other night. It's like, you know, I really like Tales of Arise. I think that it sat with me pretty well. But I think that I ultimately would have probably rather it be less of a new formula still. But I don't know. I think the next Tales main game honestly could probably be like the best they've ever released if they learn, I think. The secret is in the wall of the third hole. The third hole from the door. What do they mean? Okay, we can move while we're in there. Maybe there's a door in the hole? Alright, we'll try that once or twice more. Maybe angling our camera a bit differently might help. No. Wait. I have an idea. It said keep moving forwards in the darkness and you'll find the path. So I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It took me a second, but I figured it out. Oh, that's not good. Huh? Now what? Ugh! Yikes. The ceiling. It's falling. Show some courage and stand your ground. Motherfucker. Okay. Oops. Fuck. I forgot that those were holes too. Yeah, it's sequences like this though that make me think that, you know, they definitely had a decent bulk of stuff going on. It said to stand your ground. So do we just let it happen? Oh. That's clever. They used my perception to fuck with me. Oop. Looks like there's a switch on the floor. We need a... Okay. Okay. So one makes it lower, one makes it higher? Did they do anything out here? I don't recall there being water below. Oh, shit. Okay, well, whatever we have to do, it's in this room. Well, you would think we have to lower it at least enough that we can get into the door. Buttons on both sides control the water level. You don't say. Not too little or too much. Find a happy medium to succeed in life. I'm not entirely certain what we're supposed to do. But clearly we're supposed to fuck with the water level somehow, in some form. It looks like it raises and lowers at the exact same amount. Except for the last fall. Right, well, that looks like it's like in the middle. Water's full at 10. The hell do you mean at 10? What did that do? Oh, I think I get it. Okay, so we're at 7. Now we're at 10. I don't get it. Maybe we try lowering it by 10? But that didn't do anything either. Oh, we have to get it to 5. I get it. Okay. So it's at 0 right now. We need to raise it by 5. But how do you raise it by 5? 7 and 3 can't go to make 5 that I'm aware of. And 7 minus 3 is 4. Is there maybe another button somewhere? I only see the 2 buttons. Well, we'll raise it by 7 and lower it by 3 and see what that does. We're at 4. Oh, wait a minute. We're at 1. So this puts us to 8. Now we minus it by 3 and it'll be 5. Okay. I had to think that one through quite a bit. There we go. We did it! Woo! I'm the greatest. Beastly robe. So we got a rose tabard earlier too. I'm curious what those are. Armor. What did we just pick up? It was a think it was another. Is there a way to check items? Because I think it was probably a female equipped. I didn't catch. I forget what it was called. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're gonna give this to Faye so that he can start doing damage, hopefully, at some point. We're gonna give Ether to Ellie and Ether defense to someone else. I don't know yet. But yes. Alright, through the door. Cool. And it's gonna be a griffin. No? Nope. Okay, cool. It's at this moment where I really wish we brought Ellie and we could just delete them off the face of the earth without much worry. But I wanted to try out Billy's new mech, even though it really isn't much different. I realistically should have brought Ellie. King's Helm. Well, that sounds like an equipped ether dibbler. Nah, we'll give that to someone else. Ba-ba-bum, 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 ba-da-ba-ba-ba. This one, alright. Alright. I was just swapping the screen around, game. Jeez. Oh, we have to get into our mechs again. I'm hoping we can get a lot done tonight. I would like to beat the game a little earlier than Elden Ring. I don't want to cut it too close, you know? That said, I wouldn't mind if Xenogears went on for a lot longer. I think, I mean, the story's coming to a bit of a head, though. I feel like there's really not much more to do other than defeat the big bad evil guys, honestly. So there's no animal relic in these ruins. So ancient people worship meaningless things too, huh? They sure did. Who's that? What'd you say? There's something I understand. Who are you? Get out of my head! Miko, are you okay? I mean, we kinda knew he was getting one, it just feels weird. I've seen that shape somewhere before. Wasn't that Rico's gear? So it looks like it was your turn, Rico. Well, anyway, we'll soon see when we go outside. Come on. Oh, what the? It was probably more like, whoa, what the? Oh no. Hey, bro. It's been a long time no see, bro. Hammer, is that you? What are you doing in that outfit? I was finally able to get it. Super strength, just like you, bro. It feels so good. Being one with your gear, Krellian did this for me. Anyway, just leave that gear and Miss Ellie for me. Resistance is useless. I'm much too powerful for you now. What are you saying, Hammer? What? You're not handing them over. I see. I'll just have to use force and take the girl and that gear from you. Stop it, Hammer. Even you, champ, won't win against me now. Here I come. I could have did the squeaky voice, but I felt like he might sound a little bit more insane now. I don't know. Alright, time to build up. That looks annoying. That is annoying. There, they're Doc Ock. Alright, continue to build it up. I actually don't know if Billy can do level 3 attack now or not. He probably can. Alright, I don't exactly know what that one's about. He's basically becoming a metal dragon. Ouch. Okay, that actually did some damage. Ooh, and that actually did hurt that time. Huh. Nice dodge. Alright. Oh, so we are still on level 2. That's fine. Ooh, flashbang. Defense down. Well, Billy actually is really good at making that not the case. I say Billy because I'm not. Do I not have? I don't have this. Oh, shit. All right, we're cutting this one close, I guess. Uh-oh. I'm wondering if we should just try to get as much damage as we can right now. I don't know if we can escape or not. I'm actually not entirely certain if that's what they're saying I should do. It's not like we've been able to do that in a boss fight before. Oh, no, we're good. Oh, never mind. No, we're not. Poor Shatan. Oh, we didn't get any EXP for that anyways. Maybe that is what we're supposed to do. Fuck, alright. That's my bro. Far too strong. Even for me. Just when I thought I finally got powerful enough to beat you too. Hammer. Champ, promise me you'll go back to Nartoon one day. You are the next in line to be the Kaiser. You knew. Don't underestimate the power of my information network. It's no use now, I... a 4-bit player like me. This is probably the end. Hammer! Hammer disappeared into the chasm with a look of satisfaction. Was he happy because he had been able to attain it, his brief moment of power? Hammer's smile, was that the look of joy from attaining power? Or was that the look of joy from attaining power? Or was it the look of relief from the pain that was brought upon him by his mutation? Ultimately, we had no other choice but to defeat our friend, Hammer, for the sake of our own survival. Can we really call him a friend anymore? I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I get that they realized he was pushed to the brink, but he really did do some fucking egregious shit. Either way. Honestly, I've already given this game props for not throwing characters under the bus for things that are outside of their control. Something that I feel like a recent game we went through, Tales of Abyss, did way too hard in the opposite direction. constantly dropping all of their issues and problems on one character and then turning around and being much, much worse evil people. Holy fuck, I hated that. I hated the character dynamics in that game by the end. Fuck, I hate that I keep bringing it up. I apologize. Anyways. I just feel like this game is a good example of like the opposite. And I think it's done really well. Was there any other way around it? I've never felt that fighting was so futile until now. Ellie cried continuously. She hated herself for not having the power to be able to do anything to help him. When I saw her like that, I couldn't help thinking, I can no longer allow her to fight like this. We returned to Ignis, feeling that this had become much more than we could bear. What do you want, Ramses? You. If you didn't exist, that's why I must get rid of you. Only then will I be able to beat him. What do you think you're doing, Ramses? That's absurd. Do you think you can neutralize my power? Of course he can. He was made to be able to do so. Hellion, surely you're not on their side now. No, really no. I don't care about a group of old geezers who are obsessed with clinging onto their dear little lives. That they had to resort to turning themselves into data on the SOL 9000. Shit out of luck? In order to survive. That's not why your existence obstructs me from reaching my goal. That's all. Haven't you been working for humanity's future? For humans to live longer? That's why I assisted you. Yes, that's right. I try to lead the people in my own way. That hasn't changed in the least. Gideon, what's gotten into you? Kill him, Ramses. Ramses? I don't know. They probably more of like a rah, I don't know. I just figured he's going kind of nuts. That's where I was going with my thought process there. Dude, he turned into the Lich King. Alright, that's a bit of a meta joke, don't worry about it. So, Cain is dead. Yes. Final fate of all for one bound within everlasting flesh. If only he had just accepted our logical ideals too. A fitting end for someone who had become dominated by needless flesh. Excellent work, Krillian. Now there is nothing that can stand in the way of accomplishing our objective. The anima relics have been awakened and have aligned with their respective animus. Dan, Joseph, Gad, actually. Or at least pronouncing that as if it were G-O-D is probably not the correct as contextually. Have each been aligned with our surface dweller as their animus. Yuga's Asher, Ramses Zebulun, Kalian's Judah, Sophia's Dana, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Issachar. Issachar? I'm not entirely certain if that's pronounced differently or not. We're already aligned 500 years ago. And finally, Grof's Nephtal. All of the anima relics have now been activated. The identity of the persona mask of the Mother has also become clear. The time has come. Now is the time to open the door to God's domain, to attain the fleshly body, and the wisdom of God. The time of the true awakening, to carry us to new horizons. Yes, the time of the gospel has come. Now humans extol the awakening of God. It's gonna be really fun to beat them and, like, destroy them in some capacity. I think they do a pretty good job at making them seem very illogical and within themselves. And then they did a pretty good job at attributing it to their situation. I know I've been gushing a lot lately, as well as criticizing even to some extent the game, but there's just something special about them writing characters in ways that just don't feel, I don't know, it doesn't feel like this is one man's projection. It feels like a large cast of, like, well-developed characters, even if they're characters that, like, Hammer was a character that, like, obviously in the grand scheme of the world had some context that, you know, other games would have just said, oh no, he's a different race of person. No, they went all out in making sure that even some of the more bit side characters felt like they had more worth to the story at large. I feel like there's obviously some cases where that has not been the case. Like, Rico's a good example of a character that is the main party character and still has gotten, like, the shit out of the stick story-wise. Obviously, they weren't perfect in their, you know, in their the painted brush strokes across the game, but I think they've done a pretty good job. I would say definitely a lot better than a lot of modern titles, even. You know, I know we were talking about remakes and remasters of this game earlier, and, like, the ins and outs of why not, or how they could do it, even, for that matter. But I think one thing that would, I think, realistically should come out of this game even more than that, is I think some newer RPGs should really look back to this game, especially if they want to make something in a more dark setting, or perhaps they want to do something that even, like, deals in a similar setting to what we're looking at here. There's a lot here that you could definitely draw inspiration from, or actually, sorry, I don't even say could, it should draw inspiration from. Instead of getting a remake or a remaster, kind of what I was getting at here, is maybe it'd be cool if we just got games that were in the same vein. They just do what is done here, but better because they have more budget, or better because they're their own company, in the case of, like, an indie company, or better in that it's just production value is higher nowadays, you know? Better, obviously, in a more objective sense. Obviously, nothing will change the nostalgia people have for this game, or the fact that this game did it first, or that it did it better, probably, in some ways, because I'm sure even today, you know, you won't hit that mark 100%, but maybe that's the thing that should be taken out of this. Maybe it should be a moving forward lesson. Maybe we don't need Xenogears remade, remastered. Maybe we need someone to make a Xenogears-like game. Not obviously, don't copy Xenogears. Not where I'm going with that, but definitely draw a lot of inspiration and maybe innovate on things that Xenogears did. Actually, I don't know. I normally I'm one to play on nostalgia, because I think that there's a little bit more value in that. But perhaps that's not the right answer here. There's a random thought that came into my mind. I don't know. Maybe we don't need a complete disc 2. We just need a game to release that does similar things to Xenogears that is complete. I don't know. That's a weird thought. Maybe I'm being weird. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just thought I'd share. Suddenly, the howling erupted. Even the people who had not mutated before were being turned into wells. They howled out like war cries, as if to call out to something. Now Tora's got his work cut out for him. That was because Ramses had been manipulated into assassinating the Emperor. Now, with nothing else holding them back, The ministry had put into use the geisha key. The effect of which was to let me just take a second to catch back up with myself. My brain isn't firing on all cylinders right now. I mentioned it before, I haven't been drinking a whole lot of caffeine in the last couple days, and my ADHD tends to fuck with me, as well as my ability to focus is horrible, and caffeine is usually my go-to. It fucks my ability to read pretty hard. I also might have like some minor dyslexia, I've been told. I don't know. I know no doctors told me that. But point. I don't know if that's the case though. I think it genuinely is just a focus thing. The effect of which was to alter those people who had been destined by God. Doesn't help that I don't pre-read. Try to read it as it comes on screen sometimes. Those people destined by God, regardless of whether they were surface dwellers or Solarians, begin to change shape, one after the other. Oh, so even the Solarians are being thrown under the bus. That's an interesting take. I mean, it makes sense. I believe that they really didn't give a shit about anybody but themselves. They screamed one of those, "We're not selfish, we're doing this for you." But really, they're just selfish assholes. So, the howling was the people who had filled the earth, calling out to God. Once humans have filled the earth, God will awaken from his long sleep. And the awakening of Mahanan, the paradise in the sky, will soon follow. The true meaning of what the ministry had spoken, the true nature of that legend, was at last beginning to be realized. This is what they meant when they said, once humans have filled the earth. Eventually Mahanan, the resting place of God, woke from its long slumber and began to rise, almost as if responding to the call of the people. It appeared before us in all its majestic glory. I don't know if Faye would have said it like that, but maybe. Apparently, there's a secret dungeon that is on the overworld when we eventually get back to the overworld. I'm curious to see it. So we'll probably try to find that once that, I guess, portion comes up. So, is this going to be the ship that we saw destroyed at the very beginning? It doesn't look like it. I still think that the Tower of Babylon is that ship. Actually, one thing I want to do once we beat the game is I want to watch that cutscene back. I want to watch the opening cutscene again. Solaris. Solaris, whose all ministry sent a massive force there to obtain God and his wisdom. But by now, neither the nation of Solaris nor the organization known as Gebler existed anymore. The only thing that was left there was an innumerable accumulation of weapons. Almost all of the Solarians had been transformed into weapons, because our ministry now reigned over them as their commanders. There's no way we could allow God or God's wisdom to fall into the hands of the ministry. We decided to assemble all the forces we could and head toward Mahanan. It was a perilous battle. There was no guarantee that we would make it back alive. We were to carry out the plan at dawn, hence I had to stiffen my resolve concerning her. Wait a minute. You want me to stay here? No, I'm going with you. No. It's too dangerous. Why? I've been in many dangerous situations. This isn't my first time. I said no. We can't take you. Please, understand. No, I want to go. We've been fighting together all this time. And suddenly you're telling me not to? I just don't get it. This isn't like any of those other fights. It's a battle for the wisdom created by God. It's life or death. Whoever controls it becomes the true dominator of the world. It's obvious the Ministry will bring the strongest possible troops. There's no guarantee you'll come back alive. That's exactly why I want to go. You don't have the slightest idea. What don't I understand, then? If the enemy were only the Ministry, or just mechanical weapons, it would be okay. Most of the enemies will be made up of what were once humans. Humans just like you and I. I saw them at those facilities. Gears that were made out of humans. They were the same as Hammer. Could you now destroy them after knowing this? In order to save ourselves, can you truly say that you could kill those who were once our friends? So do you still want to go now? Well... You can't even kill one person. Your presence would be a burden during the fight. You just get in the way. Hey, Faye. Don't you think you went a little too far there? I know I could be brash, and I don't know if I would have even said that. Well, we cannot blame her. At least we should understand her feelings. I know how Ellie feels. I knew she wouldn't have listened to me if I had just said you're not coming. Seeing as she has worked together with us for such a long time and all, that's why I had to explain it to her like that. Actually, I hope someone calls Fair in his shit. Because we know, obviously, he's looking out for her. But I don't think that's exactly why he's doing it. I think he's doing it because he doesn't want to watch her die. He doesn't want to put her in a situation where he would have to watch her die. Because we already know he loves her. He's trying to protect her more in that, probably in both senses, honestly. I don't think he's necessarily lying, but he's definitely withholding that fact that it's a personal link for him as well. Which, it makes sense. I think us as the viewer is supposed to figure that out. We're supposed to understand that. You know, but either way. The people gathered in Nissan need Ellie. She's got to realize how much people are depending on her. I can't put her in a dangerous situation like that. But the way you said it was a little harsh. You didn't have to be so cold. She was crying, you know. But... well, I'm sure she realizes that. She's a smart woman. I agree. Maybe you are the one who doesn't understand. Me? I don't understand. A lady's heart... She wants to go. To be with you, Faye. Till the end. Yeah. And if I were you, I'd hold her tight and say, let's go together. Just like that. Yes. Don't even add anything to that, right? Yes, exactly. I think I've said genius here. Really? No, I mean, young master, don't overdo yourself now. Just take me. Wait, no, Bart, take me. God damn it. Ah, shut up. Anyhow, why don't you go ask her to come with you? Whether she'll go or not, you should express your feelings in words. If you really care about her, well, you have to go tell her. So they are basically calling him out on it. Okay, good. Yes, express your feelings, right? I didn't mean... Oh, too late now. Everyone knows it. You're not being true to yourself. Okay, you know, it's funny. I literally fucking called it out, and then the game's like, wait, victim's right. Fuck, let's scold Faye. And you're not being true to yourself, are you?
I agree. Faye, say it straight out. Go ahead. Go, chase after her. What are you waiting for?
See, it's things like this that kind of like touch on the movie cliches that I was talking about earlier. And I don't think that this would ever be a problem. There's still plenty of things nowadays that draw on the same things. For context, sorry, I was talking earlier about remakes and remasters, and I was trying to figure out in my head, like, what things would be controversial or cliche, like, to a point that, like, maybe they might want to change them up a bit if they were to do it. And I was thinking, I really don't think much in this game would be in modern days. Oh, she went down. Give me the dramatic mouse thirst. Fair. I don't know where she went. Hey, stupid. It's the other... Thanks, Bart. Looking out for me, man. Oh, fuck. Sorry about what just happened. Forgive me. But I want to explain. Now, for the first time, people on both Earth and Solaris are becoming one. But then, not all of them are strong like the crew of this ship, or the people in Shabbat. Even we almost lose sight of our future at times, so you can imagine what regular people go through. That's why people need someone like you to depend on, as a light to guide us. You freed the hearts of the people that have been used as tools by the Ministry for hundreds of years. The division of a couple groups. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. But I don't think this game has anything like that. I mean, there's a little bit of things you could argue back and forth on, like, I'm sure, like, but I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. Like, I think in modern day, the things that were considered controversial in this game back when it first came out just aren't anymore. Like, the depictions of religion and stuff like that are genuinely kind of a bit more, or I should say a lot more accepted. I mean, yeah, I think you got what? You got Maria, you got Emeralda, you've got Ellie, and I'm trying to think who else we got. They're not really handled as, like, I mean, first off, costume design is very practical. So that's cool. I would say Ellie does get the heroine treatment a little bit. We're kind of seeing it right here, but I bet you she's still going to come along. I bet you she's going to get her time alongside us at the fight. There's a lot of games where the main heroine, the main love interest, would be left behind because the main character doesn't want to watch her die, or he's trying to protect her, trying to be the big man. They still kind of have that in it, but it's not. But they call it out. It's not always like the forefront, which is actually surprising to me for the time. I feel like even in the 90s, that was still a very prevalent, prominent thing that was just kind of expected almost. But I think they're doing a really good job with it. I think that the storytelling and the characters have been pretty good. That I can recall. I mean, maybe there was one or two here and there that were glossed over because they're like side instances, but at least for the main cast of characters, things have been pretty good. No, it is people. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? And even then, I feel like the religious symbolism in this game isn't even that bad. It's like the only thing that was like kind of weird that I think would have been controversial back in the day is they said God doesn't exist. It's like that. Sure, that would have been controversial back when it came out. I'm sure, at least for certain groups of people. But like, even then, I think we're basically coming to an understanding that nobody really knows what exists and what doesn't in the game. It's starting to feel like everyone has their own idea, and that's kind of cool. I think I don't know. I think how multifaceted some of the angles of the story are. It's actually pretty cool, and it kind of. I think ultimately, I don't. Obviously, we haven't beaten the game yet, so I don't know. But if I had to guess where the moral of the story is going to eventually go, is that everyone's going to have to make up their own mind, which I think is a way better message than like you know, blatantly telling us something, right? Which, I don't know. I think it's on track to do something like that, though. Fair. Anyways, let's get through this scene. Ellie, it was you. And now your body doesn't just belong to you alone anymore? Okay, that could probably be phrased a little better. That's not exactly what he means to say. I'm pretty certain. It's funny, we were literally just talking about how... No. I think he's basically just saying that she's, you know, and what's the word for it? A symbol of hope. She was the one who was basically bringing these people back from the brink when they were essentially on the verge of becoming zombies for all intents and purposes. So that's why I can't let you be in any danger. And that's why I don't want you to fight anymore.
It's funny, isn't it?
Huh?
We used to be enemies, but now we're together like this.
I guess. The sprites in this game are actually god tier, genuinely. I am confused. The amount of work they had to put into the sprites, and then to be told that the game had a rough dev cycle back and forth in different ways. Enemies to lovers. Not quite. It's hard to explain. It would take a while to really explain how their dynamic has worked. They weren't really enemies, but she believed them to be. It's kind of hard to explain. Ellie has a weird past that they haven't even fully explained yet, that we don't really know the full extent. Not even that. No, it's more like she rescued him, and then they found out that they were on the different sides, even though Faye hadn't really picked a side yet. Honestly, he was willing to just go live out in the countryside somewhere because he believed that he was the reason that his village died, but he really wasn't. Or, well, we know that no one blamed him for it, really. But on top of that, Ellie fought him anyways, thinking that she needed to. But then Faye basically rescued her from it all. Hey, thanks for the follow. And then when they met her later on, he basically pleaded with her to come with them, even though she was helping them escape Solaris, or Solaris facility. And she just eventually did. But it's being revealed now that she may be a reincarnation or somehow the embodiment of another woman from the past. That Faye's old version of himself was in love with. It's kind of like star-crossed lovers, I guess, would be a better way of phrasing it, maybe. Yeah, it's something akin to that. It's a lot. I'm heavily paraphrasing. I'm heavily paraphrasing.
In the beginning, I think I saw myself in you. We seemed to overlap. You being in a similar situation as I was in. When I was with you, I didn't feel alone or apprehensive. That's why I thought I liked you. But it wasn't that. I simply didn't have the courage to look at my true self.
Yeah, I mean, literally one of the first things. Catching on fast, good? Nice. It's good to hear. One of the big things with her character early on was she basically has like a power in her that she doesn't fully understand. And she was basically projecting a lot of her insecurities onto Faye in like one of the first like blow up moments she had, which is kind of cool because you could tell that what she was saying wasn't necessarily true because we knew the circumstances of Faye's situation, which was just it was such a good scene because it was like they didn't leave it in the air to be like what she's saying is true. They just left it like flat just for viewers to be like, wait a minute, but that's not right. And then they rectified it moments later when she basically apologized for just projecting on him. It was like, holy shit, these characters are so real feeling sometimes, man. It's so good. With a little context.
I turned to you to run away from it all. I mistook that for love. But it's different now. I can face my own problems. I am me, and you are you. It's all become clear to me now. I also learned that I really do need you. It's not because I need you as a sanctuary for my problems. I need you because I truly love you.
Ellie.
I know what you're saying, Faye. I know what you're concerned, I know you're concerned, I know why you're so concerned for my safety. But, you know, I'm scared. I fear we may never see each other again. I just have this feeling.
Don't worry. I won't die.
No, it's not that. It's something completely different. It's as if I'm being torn apart by something I can't resist. That I'm no longer me. Even if you do come back safely, it just feels so uneasy. That's why I need to go with you. I can't bear to be away from you.
I feel the same way. Ever since the time I met you in that forest. Gonna head out? Alright, username, thanks for stopping by. Here's your Shatana number. Will do, will do. I think it's the same feeling that you've been having. I was also running to you. But I have to solve my own problems. Can't throw my problems onto you. There is another me. It is within me. I fear that at any moment, it might awaken within me. You're the only one that has been able to keep me from giving in to him. It was because you were always by my side that I was still able to keep from losing myself. Yeah, I mean, she was the only one to stand up to him, even when everyone said not to. Realistically. Although you could argue then at that point that maybe it wasn't really her, but I think for story purposes, that wouldn't make sense. Like, from the writing aspect, that would be so lame and it would ruin a lot of the impact of the climax. So clearly that's not the case, but anyways, sorry, just brain going wild. I promise you that I will return. So that is, Ellie, I want you to be my reason to return. To be my home that I can return to. Ellie, if you will wait for me to come back, even if we are in totally different places, as long as you'll stay by my side, I know I'll be able to do anything.
Oh, Faye.
Oh, I'm glad they put a scene here. Do it. Don't let Tara jump in the middle. Nice. You love to see it. It's funny, we were just talking about past games we played on stream. Oh. Okay, things escalated a bit further than I was expecting. All right, that's fine. Okay, just caught off guard, that's all. Anyways, sorry. We were just talking about the Tales series, and one of the things that I fucking hated in the Tales series, to no end, like it was like, for as good as the games were, as good as a lot of the stories were, they never ever would lean into the romance, even if they were pushing it in some capacity. And I always hated that. I was like, why even bother? Why even bother having a character feel like the love interest or anything like? No reason. The scene maybe went that direction. It was a fade to black, but it definitely went that direction. Anyways, I always hated that, and I won't spoil it. There was one Tales game that did eventually do that, and I loved it. I thought they didn't just do that; they went all out. No implied sex scene, mind you, but they went a bit above and beyond in a way that I didn't expect. Yeah, I don't know. I hate it. Like, I've seen romance animes that do the same thing. It's 8 pixels and side boobs, spicy. I don't know. I think I've always been a fan of romance, especially like things in like the vanilla territory. I think that there's something that is just refreshing about a pretty chill relationship. It can be I don't know. I don't need to explain this, I guess. I was trying to think of like the words to use, but I think you guys understand where I'm going with this. And so I don't know. I think that a scene like that is always warranted. I think it does nothing but add. Maybe we don't always need the fade to black, but or like this whole sequence. Not that this doesn't add or anything like that. I just mean like your game can be PG rated, you know, and still have a kissing scene. Is all I'm getting at. Or even G for that matter. Right? You know, it can be just straight up. I mean, we've talked about this at length, username. I think that it does a disservice to some of these games to not have romances like that. I mean, it doesn't always have to be the main character. I mean, that's cool too. But I feel like it's more of like a know your audience type thing, right? Like, I would say probably at the time this game came out, it would have been perceived more. It would have been. I'm saying this in indefinite terms, but no, I think it's more of a definite. They would have seen their demographic as being mostly straight men, right? So obviously that's why the main character is the way this is going. It's I don't want to say it's the market deciding. It's more of the market kind of deciding for itself. Or sorry, not the market, but the company determining the market. But yeah, obviously things have changed over the years and over time, and so on and so on and so on. But yeah, no, I've talked about it. There's a certain kind of spice. Managed to be the undead giant with only first boss tier upgrades and no blood vials. Damn. Wait, undead giant. When do you fight the undead giant? Either way, sorry, I'm digressing. But oh, that's right. I got you. I had to think about that for a second. But yeah, no, it's just one of those moments where like I think that there's a certain kind of spice to diversity that I feel like gets glossed over a lot. I feel like a lot of people focus more on like the politics side of it, which, you know, is one thing, and there's something to be said there. But why can't it just be about, you know, making a really cool story? I mean, people of all different kinds exist in worlds. It would be weird for them not to exist, right? I don't know. That's how I've always looked at it. It's just like I think that's the angle that I've always, like, even before I even knew anyone like talked about it. I'm like, I remember it would have been when Elder Scrolls Online came out. We had found out you could marry for benefits. So me and my friend at the time, we just married, me and him. And we were like, oh, okay, we married for the EXP. You know, we were making a joke about it, but I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, that's really cool, the game. How many games have I played recently where marriage options were all, you know, male-female? And I was like, I think this is kind of cool. It's like, this is before a lot of the progressive stuff was being pushed. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, I mean, this makes sense. Like, why not just leave it up to the players? It really hurts nothing. Literally no one to just leave it in. And I was pretty excited about that. So this is pretty cool. We're gonna interview a series creator. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's like I know a lot of people kind of I don't know. I feel like it's a topic that I feel like is really hard to talk about sometimes, but it is something that I genuinely do feel like a bit of like a connection to, is because, like, you know, I've talked about it before. I've always been a writer. I don't have any published works. I almost had some published works, but I just never pushed hard enough for it because I don't know. I always had that, like, I never felt good enough type mentality. But not to dive too deep into that. I always thought about writing and creating as a process that is natural. I never really thought of writing as being like this constructed work thing. I always feel like that feels too mechanical and too stiff. Your writing should never be you sitting down with a storyboard to start. That should never be the beginning of your writing process, in my opinion. The beginning of your writing process should always be you sitting down and thinking of like a theme and a setting, and then letting the characters organically come to you in your mind. I know that's not always possible, and you know what? Sometimes your machine-written stuff I say machine written, you know what I mean? Like, your more stiff written stuff can be good. There's nothing wrong with that, ultimately. It's just that I don't think that that's the proper process for something that is going to be very good. And that's how I've always done my writing. You know, that stuff always comes to me naturally. It's why I was so drawn to writing over the years. And not to like pat myself on the back or anything like that. I'm not trying to like brag or anything in that ballpark, but I've always had characters like that come to me naturally. There's a character in Foregon who the literal progression of their character, at least in the romance segments, is that they go from dating around a lot of characters throughout the story until they eventually find out that the reason why nothing was clicking for them is because they didn't like dudes. They were into women. And I didn't sit down and think, this will make great for a story. It just came to me one day. I was like, wait, you know, I already had this plan in mind for them to kind of like feel around in terms of romance options, and I'm like, wait a minute, no. I'm like, this makes more sense to me in my head. And I was like, yeah, fuck it, we're gonna do that. And you know, one of the I haven't really talked a whole boatload about Foregon, a book series that one day I would hopefully write or what's the word for it? Produce into something, right? But you know, one of the main original cast of characters were originally based on people from my real life, because I had written it when I was younger, and I picked from my array of friends for character ideas. And one of those friends later on in life actually came out. I think he came out as being bi, but since coming out as bi, he'd only dated dudes, and he even told me one day that he was pretty certain he was only saying that to appease his parents. I won't go too deep into that, but you know, it's one of those moments where I was like, oh. And then I thought to myself, oh, well, I can't write his character to be straight. I respect this guy too much. I was like, and I think that was the only time that I'd like changed the character just off of like the cuff feelings like that. But that was out of respect, right? I think that that's fine. Not that these characters have really any ties to their real world counterparts anymore. I've done a lot to change that because I felt like, I don't know, I always felt it was kind of cringy. I see how it is, Dream. But yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of where I'm at with that stuff. I think stories are made better when there's just more going on in general. So, what was the right story? E. I feel like I mean, you know what? I used to think that there was a problem with that username. I used to think that like that makes things feel shoehorned or forced, or you know, so on and so on and so on. There's a lot of different like things that used to run through my mind with that. But honestly, I think if your world has a context for it, if your story maybe your story's setting is a smaller set, like a community setting, right? There's always ways to make that work. I was just being closed-minded at the time when I had that thought. But yeah, so you know what? If you accidentally ended up doing it, you know what? I don't think that's much of an accident. I think that's just how writing goes. All dudes, woo! Yeah, you're just writing about a race of people that are all dudes. It's perfect. I was trying to think of like a way to take Amazonian and turn it into something that sounds more manly, but I can't think of it. They're manly Amazonians. There we go. Anyways, all right, let's get through this.
Are you going now?
Yeah, sorry. Did I wake you? I love how everyone's upstairs. Shatan's like, you know, Bart's like, oh, we should go check in on them. And Shatan's probably just like, no, how about we just go to sleep for tonight? Yes, we can check in on them in the morning. Come on now, everyone, back to the barracks quarters. He's got like this shit-eating grin on his face. Yeah, sorry. Did I wake you?
No, it's okay. I've been awake all along.
All along?
Uh-huh. I was watching over you while you slept. Before I realized it was morning.
Well, I'm off.
Alright then. Please be careful.
Yeah, I will. I promise. Oh, actually, could you hold on to this for me?
What is this? Is this a pendant?
I don't know whose it is, really. It seems it was on me when I was brought into Lahan. It may be mine, or it could be...
Could be.
You know what? Never mind. Can you just hold on to it for me?
Alright. Sure, I'll hold on to it for you.
Thank you. Well, I guess it's goodbye for now.
Oh, Faye.
Yeah?
Thank you.
I don't want to speculate too hard here. And nobody tell me how close I am. I swear to God, nobody say how close I am. Faye's gonna die, and we're gonna find out Ellie's pregnant. What? No, don't worry about the username. I don't have a problem with it, honestly. I think there's some merit in expressing things in different ways. And I don't really get to talk about it too much. Well, his condoms a bit. That was literally the thing I was thinking about. I was like, there's no way they were planning that. There's no way they were planning that. I mean, they probably are. Considering this is like one of those weird, like, post-apocalypse settings. Where, like, it used to be a high-tech sci-fi society. And now everyone's kind of like excavating it and learning on the fly in a more modern society. So, honestly, the setting in this game is like, if we just talk about like the world setting, it's super unique. Even today, there's not much that tackles this. It's very good. I like it.
Ellie, are you okay with this? Don't you want to be with him? Yeah, but it's because I believe in him. Just being close to a person is not in itself an indication of love, is it?
Oh shit. Long distance.
But men are selfish. When something big happens, they say, it's too dangerous, you can't come. They treat women like we're weaklings. Although, it is true that I can't help Bart and friends much anymore.
It's funny, Ellie actually hits harder than Faye. I'm just gonna put it out there. Our Ellie slaps harder than our Faye does. So, I mean, who's really the weak thing?
That's not true. Everyone wants someone special waiting for them. Someone who'll protect a place they can return to. If you don't have that peace of mind, then you wouldn't be able to get anything done. Men try to tough it out as much as they can, and then some. They're cute the way they do that, I think, aren't they? Yeah, you're right. Anyway, we have things we have to do now. And while we do them, let's pray that everyone comes back safely. To God? No. To your own innermost feelings that everyone believes in. What's wrong? I knew it. Yeah. That must be it. What? Ellie, it's like everyone says. You must be a reincarnation of Sophia. You have no way of knowing the Nissan sex teachings. But what you say, well, it's exactly the same as what Sophia always said. Yeah, that might be it.
I feel like at that point you shouldn't be using them, but hey. Oh shit.
Familiar. Sad.
I didn't realize it was auto-scrolling, my bad.
Like I had visited here many times in my dreams. I know where each room is and what's in them. I just know I must have been here in the distant past.
You know, I will say, it is a bit weird, and I mentioned it last stream. It is a bit of a weird cop-out sometimes to make like a reincarnation character, and then like prop them up against like your, you know, thousands of year cryogenically slept characters or whatever. But I will say one thing that I appreciate a lot is they didn't just leave it up to them meeting and all of a sudden falling in love because they had some 1,000-year-old pact to marry one day or something, right? They instead made it relatively organic and made it relatively lengthy in their approach to it, which made it feel more realistic, right? I gotta say, her being a reincarnated character really doesn't have much bearing on the story, ultimately. It's more of a use of an explanation for her position as a character, more than it is a position of why she's connected to Faye. I think that's kind of cool. They didn't use it as a cop-out, I guess is what I'm getting at. So it ultimately is just a whether you like that flavor or not. I don't think there's anything wrong with that username. I just feel like it gets used as a cop-out a lot, which just feels boring, or maybe not boring, but lazy. I mentioned it. Legion Wood has a Star-Crossed Lovers segment like that, where they didn't prop either of the characters up as being lovers like at all, or even having like any interest in each other, and then all of a sudden they awaken to their past selves and or get all lovey-dovey with each other. It's like, ugh, that's really jarring. But yeah, anyways, I digress.
For if you had spoken of this, I'd have brushed it off with a laugh. But now I can more or less believe it. The things I couldn't do then, I'm probably trying to do now.
This feels like the lead up to the end. Can anyone tell me like what we got going on time-wise here? Like, am I progressing at like an accelerated pace or what? Like, it doesn't matter. I'm just curious because it really does feel like we're going to the final battle almost. Oh, you know, that actually sounds pretty cool. As the premise, that sounds more like a proper expression of romance, actually, just with an interesting twist. I mean, obviously, just on premise alone. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't read it or anything, but point.
I'm probably trying to do now. Well, things you couldn't do. Or things you couldn't do?
Sorry.
Yeah, things I couldn't do.
A viewer and friend of mine, Namu, said I should get a voice changer to do female voices, and I agreed, and I keep forgetting to do it. I feel like I've gotten better at it, but I'm definitely not good at it. Driving back the Solarian Interceptor forces, we took to the floating continent Mahanan. Does this say Eldridge on the side? It was the central hull of the colossal spacecraft with a diameter of at least 40 Celts. Yeah, it does say Eldridge on the side. Judging from the condition of the hull, we estimated the ship was thousands of years old. Okay, so wait, maybe this might be the ship from the beginning then. I said that I didn't think it was. Oh, it definitely is. That just looks like the cockpit, I think. And it was determined by examining the inside of the wreckage that some kind of accident occurred on this ship about 10,000 years ago, which forced it to crash onto our planet. Okay, yeah, no, that cements it. This is 100% that ship. I'm gonna head out for now. For realsies this time? Sounds good, username. Thanks for stopping by, man. Yeah, fair. Alien beings that came to our planet from a far-off galaxy eons ago. Could it possibly have been that our ancestors were the passengers of this ship and had crash-landed here on this planet? seeking God and his divine wisdom. Raziel's tree, which it is said, lie here in Mahanan. We proceeded further. I kind of want to keep Bart on the team. I know it doesn't make much sense to, but without Ellie, I don't know. I feel like Bart's like our next best bit. Okay, let's fuck around with the equipment here. I don't need that anymore. Why don't we give an innovation ring? Cool shades. We don't need that anymore. I said we probably wouldn't equip these for a while, but like, honestly, I don't know if we have anything better to equip. Oops, no. We should have one last thing to do. Is it the Wonder Whip? I think it is. The only other shitty thing is that Bart's mech isn't up to snuff. So if we need to use his mech, it's gonna be a little bit shitty. A little bit. Jesus. Wait, why is he equipped with power magic? What? Oh, I remember why. I do recall now. We don't need him to have it anymore, though. So. We want to give him a frame heal, but 10 is not the one. Pretty certain we have at least there's a 30. I'll give him that. What else? I don't know anything else that we're going to come up against. But maybe like an Ether AR would be a good option. Okay, that's fine. Now we just need to up his mech's capabilities when we get the chance. We should save. Yeah, I don't know. I could gush about this game at length, I think, and it's funny we haven't even beaten it yet. I've mentioned this before, but I'm a very endings-oriented person. I don't so much care for a journey as I do for the high points in the story. It's honestly why anime is so hard for me to watch nowadays, because half the time it doesn't end, and even when it does, it's kind of shit. I feel like anime endings are... You're looking at like an 80-20. Maybe like, no, an 80-10-10. You got your 80% they're bad. You got your 10% they're okay. And then your 10% they're good. I would say that's... Obviously, I'm ballparking that, but it's... So, you know, my opinion of the game could drastically change just by the ending, but... yeah, we'll try Bart out. I'm a little sad we don't get to bring Ellie with us though. I think that she would have been an asset combat wise, mostly just because we had been using her a lot. In the depths, we saw an alien form. It was partially rotted and petrified, a giant grotesque being. It gave off an inexplicable air of intimidation. Perhaps it was more than a gut reaction. Perhaps it was the fear of the absolute that came from the very depths of our inherited instincts. And then it came alive, and we had to kill it. And that's not good, because Bart isn't upgraded. Uh-oh. I mean, he's not like super far behind. He's like maybe like a step behind, but still. Honestly, between Faye and... Oh. Maybe we hold off from doing anything until we figure out what the fuck to do. Because it's healing itself by a grotesque amount. Oh, he still does damage at least. Okay. Yes. A what? Did we just soft lock? You good, Deus? You good? We having a staring contest, man? Because Bart wins that. He's missing an eye, bro. He wins that. Okay, well, I'm gonna assume we soft locked. Shit. What the fuck do we do here then? Well, I mean, I have to restart the game, so there's that. But did we save after the changes? I think we did. I think we have to click resume. How do I do this? I forget how to cancel the game. It acts as if we just have put the system in sleep mode. Start file. No, we don't want to do that. Fuck, I forgot how to do this. Oh, okay, there we go. All right. Figured it out, we're good. It's been a while since I've had to do this, so wasn't entirely certain. Okay, so what the hell do I do here? Just want to double check we did equip everybody. Yeah, it looks like, okay, we're good. Anyone know if it's supposed to soft lock there? If that's like a normal thing? Alright, we're gonna try something else here. Let's do different order of operations. It just took 20,000 damage. That is the highest amount of damage I can pull. And it just healed itself back. Like 9k. Fuck. I'm curious if this will work. Like, does an ether attack? Because then we could bring Esmeralda with us. No, anything heals it. Okay, well that didn't do anything. Yes, literally just interacting with it in general tends to just do it, so. I'm not sure what we do to it. Guess we just keep attacking and hope that eventually shit changes. Maybe it runs out of its ability to heal itself eventually. Watch it soft lock again too. Trying to think if there's anything we haven't tried. We tried ether abilities. We tried. I mean, it keeps having our HP. It's not. It'll never kill us. Did charging proc him healing? I don't think it. I think it did. Oh no, it doesn't. So it would be the play to just keep doing this until he halves his health a bunch of times? Actually, we could probably heal ourselves. It's off locked again. This is so frustrating. Oh my god. Alright, okay. I need save states. All right, well, we'll play the game in windowed mode for a little bit. You're gonna see a little black bar at the bottom. Just deal with it for a bit, guys. That way I can actually save state. Is this normal, or is this only because I'm emulating it? We've had issues due to emulation in the past, so. Actually, is there a hotkey to save state? I could just do that instead. It probably is, it just doesn't tell me where it is. So I'm going to save state after every one of its turns. In fact, no, why don't we save state here? That way, if it does happen, we don't have to do all that bullshit again. Yeah. So it has 40,000 health. So it now has 20,000. Okay. I meant to save state there, but so now it's at 10,000. We still can't one-shot it, but after its next one, we probably can. Does doing this make him heal? I actually don't know. I don't think it does. No. Alright, I should be able to kill him now. What? Oh, he just had like a... He didn't even kill him. He lives at 1 health. That's beautiful. Okay, alright. We can full screen again. Yeah, apologies, guys. If I had known something like that was possible, we would have just been safe stating to begin with. Another evade percent is pretty good. More attack, always nice. Same deal. Same deal. That was the ultimate power. So its name was Shadow? Partially rotted thing eventually self-disintegrated. We proceeded even further. An odd scene. We came to an enormous cavern that was big enough to swallow the whole capital of Ava. In its center were two gently glowing objects. It was the source of divine wisdom. It was Raziel's tree. And the cavern itself was a giant computer called Raziel. Raziel? Something like that. Anyways. The wisdom of God, hidden within Raziel. We found the unthinkable when we accessed its data. A large, unmanned strategic weapon and its battalion of terminal interface weapons. Traveling from star system to star system, and a gargantuan mothership used to carry them. The creation of the Moloch? I don't know. Angel. God's army to reign over the vast universe within. To reign over the vast universe with, and the construction of the divine ark. Doesn't help that the fucking text blends right in. Yes, let's get closer so it blends even further in. Thanks, game. These weapons were called Yabe, the Interplanetary Invasion Weapon System. What the Gazelle Ministry was pursuing was right here. According to the data, the giant rotting organism we just defeated was in fact the nucleus of this system. We were on the verge of accessing the data for the object called Zohar, the central neural circuit and power source controlling the entire system. From the weapons to the mothership. And suddenly he appeared. Ah, the hidden data from Raziel's tree. Move away from there. This matter is far too weighty for the likes of you. We must protect you with our lives. We can't let them have Raziel's data. You handle them. I'll try to extract as much data as I'm able to. If anything goes wrong, I'll destroy this place. Oh hey, Graf showed up. Yes, I think that's Graf. I sometimes get him mixed up with Wiseman. Sir, that is more health than I have, you prick. That felt good. I'm assuming we were meant to lose that. There's no fucking way in hell we won that.
I guess that's all you can take for now. Are you frustrated? But that is only natural. After all, you are imperfect.
Perfect.
Yes, you are lacking now. The absence of wrath is independent to the utilization.
Wait,
Or to utilizing your true strength.
wrath?
The drive to massacre and annihilate. The compulsion to destroy your opponent. Such wrath is power for the soul. By eliminating your foe, you attain your first sublimation of that drive. It is this very sublimation that draws out the hidden powers within oneself. By clinging to reason, suppressing your wrath and desire, makes releasing your true power a dream within a dream for you.
Alright. I forgot how much doing the voice I gave Groff kind of hurts a little.
Ahem. You already know this. When wrath appeared in your heart, the machine responded, did it not? What drew out such power from your machine was truly the drive of your soul. It was your id. The sign of the purpose you've been seeking. The mark of a natural-born assassin.
You're wrong. That's absolutely untrue. I am not id.
The time has come. I'll take your soul and draw its power out to the limit.
Enough!
Huh? What are you stopping me for?
He is bait. If you kill the bait, the precious bird we wish to capture will fly away. You know, a very important bird, needed to fulfill my earnest desire. You understand, don't you, Lacan?
Huh. Shoot yourself.
We shall crucify them in the land of Golgotha, to the west of here. Collect all the broken gears.
When Faye and the others arrived at the deepest part of the Mahanan, it was looking after the newly mutating people in Nissan. People mutating one after the other. Like some eternal nightmare that made me wonder just how long we would have to keep on nursing them. Are you okay? You haven't had any rest, have you? I can handle things on my own for a while. Why don't you just go out for a walk? Oh, thank you, but I'll be alright. I'd rather keep busy so that I don't worry about things too much. Is that it? Hey, Ellie, what's that? Oh, this? Can I see it? Huh, just as I thought. It's the pendant of Nissan. But why do you have it, Ellie? Oh, well, Faye gave it to me. It's his. I'm holding on to it for him, but Feels as if I've always worn it. Something weird about it. When you wear that, you look even more like Sophia. Really? You know, flattery won't get you anything. Anyway, we need to hurry up and test the new mutation suppressant assembler on the other people. We can't afford to have them change any further. Oh. No. Something's happened to Faye and the others. Overcome by indescribable fear, I decided to ascend to Shavat, which was stationed in the skies above Nissan. Awaiting me there was a transmission from Kellyan. He told me that if I wanted to save Faye and the others, I'd have to come to Golgotha. Kellyan wanted me. In order to save Faye and my other friends, I departed in the last Omnigear left remaining in Shavat. My previous fear of riding in this machine was surmounted by my desire to rescue the people dear to me.
Are you serious about going it alone?
Kellyan told me to come by myself. I can't afford to break the agreement, so please stay behind and protect everyone here.
But it's a trap.
I know.
Then why?
Well, if I don't go, Faye and them will be executed for sure. Kellyan isn't concerned with anyone else but me.
So, what makes you think he's gonna hold his part of the bargain? You have any way of knowing that you'll definitely save your friends by doing this?
No.
Then it's suicidal.
It might be. But I've made it this far because of Faye and the others. Because they accepted me as their friend.
Well, if you go away, what about us? What about all the people who've assembled in Nissan that you leave behind? Everyone's dependent on you for their spiritual support.
The people in Nissan will be fine. They can stand on their own feet without any support from me. This is also true of you all, right?
But why do you do so much for him?
I don't know. I guess it's a woman's prerogative to be selfish, perhaps.
A woman's prerogative?
I'm not a holy woman of any sort. I'm just a regular woman. I get angry, I cry, I laugh. Although at times I can resent others, I also know how to love others. Loving whole masses of people at times, and loving just one person the rest of the time. I'm in supreme bliss when I'm embraced by that man, or by the man that I love. Giving what I have to him and receiving what he gives me, we become one flesh. That is the moment when I'm most at peace. It's my prerogative as a woman to simply want to save the man that I love.
Boss.
I'm sorry for saying such selfish things. I'll go and do all that I can for my friends. So I want you all to do whatever it is that you can do for our friends here. Well, I'd better get going now.
Are they gonna make the Special Forces characters had to be like some badasses? Because I feel like we kind of wiped the floor with them enough times that it would be cool to watch them have like their moment. Kind of the same thing with Dominion and them. Why is Choo Choo there? Choo Choo didn't come with us. Getting some Ava vibes out of this whole sequence. I mean, we already had the Voltron reference. What was we had a reference right before that one too, and I forget what it was offhand. We had, but yeah, we had the Voltron reference. We had the whatever the reference was before that. Now we're getting the Ava reference. Yeah, it's on brand. It's fine. Oh, I guess it might not have been a reference, probably because I'm pretty certain this is older than it. But it was the Bart scene where they turned Kislev, the command center, into a giant mech. No, I wasn't talking about Ava. Yeah, Ava's definitely in line for this reference. That's fair. I meant the Gurren Lagann reference probably wasn't actually a reference. That was what I was thinking of, though. Yeah, it wasn't a reference though. It was just what it made me think of. And then there was the Voltron one had to have been 110%. There's no way in hell. It was so spot fucking on. It was great. It was fun to watch, but Ellie, you idiot! Why did you come here? Kellyan's after you. Forget about us. Run! Save yourself!
I came as I was told. I'm the only one you need. They have nothing to do with this, so let Faye and the others go.
How gallant you are, Elhaim. It's as if that scene from the past has been brought back to life in the present. So you came in an Omnigear. That too is her gear, you know. And let me to confirm something. I'll consider what kind of treatment your friends will receive on one condition. That you first defeat these two. That you first defeat these two men here with that gear you came in. How about it, Elhaim? Forget it, Ellie. He's up to something. Don't accept it. Faye is right. Kellyan is not a man of his word. And he always has ulterior motives. When he sweet-talks someone... What is more, those men are fighting machines created by Kellyan. Their combat skills are immeasurable. They are not opponents you can handle by yourself. Do not take him up on this offer. Escape while you can. Aye. Such harsh criticism. No, I'm not that brutal. So what will it be, Elhaim? Even if you were to try to flee now, it's not likely you'd be able to. You see, I have this whole area surrounded by my guards. Wouldn't it be logical to take the choice where you may still stand a chance? No matter how slight it might be. Don't do it, Ellie.
Alright then. I'll do what you say.
Good. You are indeed my precious little bird. Now, get on with it.
If it gives Faye and them the slightest chance of escape, then I'll fight. I don't care if it even costs me my life. Oh, they're too fast.
I recognize these mechs. Or at least that one.
Matched even in my Omni gear. I can't just... no. Not like this. I can't lose. I somehow stop movement. stopped. Now's my chance. Ah!
I would do an anime scream, but it's getting late. I think my brother might be in bed, so.
Did I do it?
Nope.
How could that? I thought it had some sort of effect.
Girl, that hurt. I get you back for that. It was wrong of you to underestimate our power. So who's gonna come to her rescue? I'm getting no results. It can't be helped, Mugwort. It's about time to finish the job, though.
Downed yet. As to be expected, multiple fractures, major blood loss. I wouldn't be surprised if the cockpit is a sea of blood. At worst, death. What the? What? There's no way you could stand after taking that much damage. Mugwort? Why, you? How dare you do that to my partner?
I don't even know what we did. Be real with you.
No way. Ellie.
A true awakening. Or just merely protecting her master. Either way, does not alter the fact that she is the mother, the existence that I have been searching for. Now, men, recover that machine. Place priority on the safety of the pilot. Use whatever it takes to preserve her life. Now then, I shall be taking this girl with me. As for the rest of you, why don't you just wallow there pathetically while you meditate on your own lack of any real power?
Pitiful. You can't even protect a single woman. It is not even worth the effort of putting a spineless wretch like you out of your misery.
Spineless? I don't think so. I think we did definitely stand up. Ellie was taken away, and as Krellian had told her, we were left alive. Was Krellian just keeping his promise? No, I don't think that's it. There had to be another real reason for why he left us alive. And we had to find that out. I would love to. Alright, guys. We will probably... We'll probably at least go... maybe like 12:30 my time. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling, but I am going to take a break right now, as we've been going for quite a bit. And I really got to use the washroom, so... And in the sake of... I'm not doing the pee dance anymore. I will take a break. Alright, we'll leave it on this scene, because there's at least some music here, and I bet you we have another cutscene popping up. So, I'll return momentarily, guys. And when I do, we will continue. Oh, I'm gonna go open it though. I'm gonna check some stuff. Okay, cool. Awesome. Alright. I kind of wish I had something to snack on. I do not have anything to do. I'm aware of. I might have something somewhere to do, but I don't think I do. I'll probably eat something out of stream. The fleshly body of God has been recovered. The anima and the animus have been obtained. All that is left for us to do is change into the animus and become one with the mother persona. No, that's incorrect. What? What do you mean, Kalin? What did you just say? What are you doing, Krelian? Have you gone insane? What are you doing to the memory banks? Do not touch them. We cannot survive without them. You were the only ones who could have activated the key. But now that it has been activated, I no longer need you. I am having you all erased. Good job, Fox. Steal the member banks. Thank you. How dare you? The only obstacle that kept me from my goals was Cain. He was the one person who had total control of the people, and thus was my greatest nemesis. But the only person who could terminate Cain was Cain himself. That's why I created a copy of him. Ramses acted exactly as I predicted, killing Cain. Now there's no one who can stop me, and I'm not interested in your power or authority. Do you really think you are acting on your own free will? You're all just parts of the system, created only as weapons of invasion and oppression. You're just terminal interface weapons. We can become God, and you're... God? Who said you'd be God? What impertinence. We are humans. We are created to be terminal interfaces of God. And it's the same for you, who were once humans, and cannot become God. We can only entrust ourselves to him. Ridiculous, going against the mother. I have not gone against her. This is the will of the other mother. You think you can eliminate us and still revive God? Yes, it can be done. Your genes were scattered in order to keep the world alive after the fall, in days of destruction. Those genes live on today within the humans, the anima vessels, and the recipients of their alignment, the animus, and also the persona. By combining these with my nanomachines, son, humans will become living beings, very much the equivalent of you. Actually, they may far surpass you in becoming worthy terminal interfaces for God. So you're no longer of any use to me. Deus, the physical manifestation of God, only wants results. The means are insignificant to him.
So this is my ARC plan. My Project Noah.
Ellie, and
May all your worries cease. Rest in peace, ancestors of mortal man. Now it's just you and I, Sophia. I was powerless. All I could do was stand by and watch as they took Ellie away from me. I am powerless. What are you doing there? Oh, it's you. I wasn't able to beat Groff. I didn't stand a chance against him. It was obvious from the start, really. It was impossible to try to defeat a monster machine like that to begin with. And Ellie, why was she so damn foolish? I implicitly told her not to come. I told her to run away. She had to have known it was a trap. Yeah. You won't be able to defeat him like that. As long as you continue fighting with that kind of attitude, that is. The reason you lost that young lady, or you lost and that young lady was taken, is because of your pride. Weren't you depending far too much on the power of your machine? Not to mention that new id power you're now able to control. What is Groff's source of power? His machine? His technique? His experience? I don't think so. It is his feelings. His heart, his feelings are dominated by his resentment and his hatred of this world. That hatred is his source of power. Your feelings weren't focused enough to fight off Groff. That is why you could not win. Your feelings must not be in the right place. That is strength. I'm not surprised you lost, seeing as you do not understand the true meaning of strength. Wiseman. That young lady, the only thing in her heart is her desire to save you. She set aside her fear and piloted that machine. She was Shinji and she got in the mech. Oh my god, I got it. I got the reference. Sorry. It was because she had such strong feelings that you are all still alive. That is what I think. Of course, you've been defeated. However, that doesn't mean it's over. How do you plan to respond to her feelings? It is now your turn to save her, is it not? Well, what are you going to do, Faye? Actually, one thing to keep in mind here, too, is with him saying that, he can literally become the opposite of Groff now. He knows what he has to do. He doesn't hate the world the same way Groff does. Even though I'm pretty certain he's a clone of Groff now, I have a slight inkling of feeling that id is, again, not quite the original personality. I don't think that makes sense. I think he's just being, what's the word, arrogant when he says that. I think Groff is what essentially is the original Faye. But Faye now has a chance to turn that around and, well, to accept the world for its imperfections. So on and so forth. Obviously, we'll see where this goes. But I think that's kind of the gist. I'm going to... In order to save Ellie, we began to search desperately for her whereabouts, and 2 weeks later we found her. Using the data obtained from Raziel and his own nanomachine technology, Carlian had begun to construct the God's Ark, Merkava. Its completion was imminent. To prevent its activation and to rescue Ellie, we headed for Merkava. You again. Your girl's thinking of going in there too. Don't get any wrong ideas here. We're not here to help. We're here to help our commander. Young and Krelling have been manipulating his emotions for the sole purpose of eliminating the Emperor. We simply want to free the commander from those bonds, so that he may be saved. It's neither for the sake of the world nor for the sake of your girlfriend, Elhaim. We have no intentions of fighting on the same side as you. Fine. You have your own battles to fight, and we have ours. Let's leave it at that. But, if things get out of hand, you head back. We'll handle it. Huh. We'll make you eat those words. You wait and see. I want them to come to our rescue. I think that'd be really cool. It's like a bit of a twist. Like, it's just not what you're expecting, right? We entered inside Merkava, and, while fighting back units of weapons that self-regenerated through the use of nanomachines, we headed for the central core. And then, once again, Ramses appeared before us. Yeah, whatever. Alright. We have another boss fight to go through. You know, I'm really excited to beat this game. I always hesitate to say that because I feel like in some form that comes across as like, oh, you can't wait for the game to be over, or you're bored, you're whatever, blah blah blah. I mean, to be fair with you, I mean the game has been very long. We're like what 78 hours deep right now or something like that. But that's fine. That's not the end of the world. We've played games that are longer, or even played games longer, despite not being necessarily longer. But no, I say that mostly because I feel like right now we're only in the build-up phase of the story. Or the build-up, sorry, not, let me rephrase that. I was like trying to think of the words and I was just speaking before fully collecting my thoughts. It's more to the fact now that we are essentially at a point where the story is progressing towards whatever its final act is. You could argue that we're within the final act, even. Potentially. I mean, I don't know for certain. I'm just saying it kind of feels that way, right? And so that alone makes me eager to see the end. Plus, I also don't want to be playing the game when Elden Ring drops, because it's 100% being sidelined for Elden Ring. Everything on planet Earth is being sidelined for Elden Ring. Just because I have an obsession. So, should we keep Bart? Emeralda and Billy are upgraded, but Bart isn't. So there's a good chance that bringing him along is a bad idea. You know what, we'll stick with this for now. We saved. Worst case, we reload. We'll be okay. Where the fuck's Johnny when you need him?
I've been waiting for you, Faye. Ramses. Faye, only you hadn't been born. We're going to settle this now.
Stop it, Ramses. What reason is there to continue fighting me? Who are you fighting for? Why do you always have a bone to pick with me? Tell me why.
It is all because of you. If only you hadn't come in and destroyed my prospects in life.
His mech looks ridiculous. It'd be a lot easier to beat him up when he looks like that, I guess.
My life was given to me within a nanoreactor in Krillion's laboratory. To be born as the superior being, above all humans. But then
he realized that it's near impossible to do something like that. This time your body is young.
The previous one got too old.
And the name?
Karen? But individual names have no meaning to me.
So what brings you here?
Is that thing inside the nanoreactor there the one?
Huh? Oh. Recognition code 0808191. Or Ramses. The Emperor's been told it's a prototype for an artificial contact.
What's its status then?
Well, it has entered the so-called first growth stage. From now until the binding, its growth will be several times faster than that of an ordinary human. But its psychological development will be a little difficult to control. It is a replica, so that is to be expected.
Oh, it's moving. You suppose it can hear us?
Yes. It already has a will of its own, in fact.
Then I have a better way. Why don't we dispose of it? We do not need this. We have my child. My child will be 4 this year.
Your having a child is significant?
Yes. I checked it out. There is no mistake. It's a contact.
Oh, wait, is that Faye's mother? And wait, does that make... Wait, I was certain... I thought for a second that was Miyoung. In fact, I have a feeling that is Miyoung. She's already let some interesting... what's it called there? She's mentioned a couple of things that were really interesting early on. That made me think that she was either somehow immortal or was like... whatever, but body swapping would make sense. So wait, has Miyoung been Faye's mother this whole time? Anyways, we'll see where this goes. Well, what's its name?
The child's name is Faye.
I'm proud of myself for picking that one out. I mean, it was definitely what they were like aiming at, but like there wasn't concrete evidence. So. Anyways,
so you understand what this means?
The corresponding antitype is...
Yes, probably already born somewhere. The final one.
Then, this thing is worthless.
Yes, totally useless.
How much you want to bet? Yeah, it's Ramses in the tank. How much you want to bet that it wasn't actually Kane at all? Literally not at all the reason why he was failing, and it was more this deep-seated doubt that was given by Krellion. I mean, it would serve Krellion's purposes, and it would be something he would have realized later on anyways. I feel like that's got to be what really happened. Or in the case of it being more realistic, that makes more sense. Obviously, we're talking fantasy here, so who knows, honestly, but...
Chase after it, boy. A love that's unattainable for you, no matter how hard you try to pursue it. Until then...
So that makes Ramses our brother, almost. Like, in a weird, disconnected sense. Like, at least a stepbrother.
Because of your existence, I was discarded. I was destined to be a representative, or to be the representative of God, having the might of the Emperor. I was destined to be the ultimate existence, the ultimate life form, having the power to exercise absolute control over all. But I lost it all because of you.
My mother. How do you know her, Ramses? Commander, please stop this. Commander, if what you say is true, then that is even more of a reason not to fight. You were just being used by Krelian and...
Silence. You, even you dare to censor me. I saved you from nearly becoming a test subject, and now you turn on me.
You're mistaken. We are only thinking of your best interests.
Silence. Ultimately, only I can help myself. I'm the only one who can correct this. This is the end for you. On guard, 'cause here I come, Faye.
All right, if you want to throw down, sir, we'll throw down. I'll punch you in that long-ass neck of yours. Yeah, we'll just start out by building up attack level. I'm sorry, what? I don't actually have a way of doing that. Anything to heal. Shit hang, because I keep forgetting to fucking put one on him. Beautiful. Alright, well, we're gonna try to prolong his existence as long as we can. Never mind. Okay. I'm assuming we're gonna have to reload. Oh, we did break it. Whatever that meant. I mean, we might win. I mean... Please don't do a lot of damage. Okay, thank God. Solid. Yeah, I'm not worried about, like, giving Shatan EXP or anything like that, honestly. He's already kind of cracked. His stats are busted. So, I'm not super worried about that, but... Oh, no, not again. Yeah, we can't do the id thing again, basically. Oh, thank God. Poor Shatan. Oh, well, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. What's this? What is this place?
This is where Carr was born, and where his hatred of you was forged.
Who's there? It's Mion, I bet. What is this? That's... Ellie! Ellie! I would have liked to have been able to commend you for making it here. But your efforts were all in vain. The resurrection of Deus is imminent. Sacrificing this girl will bring about the awakening of God. What are you talking about? Why does Ellie have to be sacrificed? Man, there's no need for you to know. For all of you. It will all end here. Did we make it back to our mechs?
I do, boys.
Oh, they did not give him much health, did they? I didn't have a chance to equip him either. Guess we'll just try to do what we can with him. Oh, we don't have much fuel either. Fuck. I think we just gotta hope that we do this. Ooh, this is scary. Okay, it just keeps ramping defense up. Well, there's some damage at least. And this is where we all die. Yep. I actually physically can't do anything about what's about to happen. Okay, I'm trying to think of like what the play should be. We can't use resources when fighting Ramses, but we need to use resources or else we die. Where's the ether AR? We want ether defense. That's something, but not really. Like, this is something that we want. We can find something better, I think. Like that. We like never get to use that. That's not. I'm not gonna fuck with that shit anymore. Oh, and he already has an ether arrow. Cool. Even though that really doesn't help him any. He hardly has any. All right. Instead of magnetic coat, we're gonna give him. Do we not have another frame HP 30? We can always just give him a 10. It's like less action economy, but it's still something. I didn't realize I was without any. I'm a little sad there's just no shop here. Where does this lead? Oh. Okay, cool, awesome. I actually didn't know this was here. I'm glad we found it. There we go. Much better. Actually, we want to give him better air, ether air. Is that literally the best we got? Alright. Just double checking we're good. Okay. Alright. Is there any new weapons? Oh, we can get... Okay, so I think all 3 of them are equipped with one, so let's grab 3 of these. Oh, I'll grab one of these. Okay. I think that puts us in a good spot. Alright, I think that puts us all in a relatively good spot. And he's gonna get a heal. A good heal. So the goal is to not use too much of Faye's resources at the gate, basically. So we're gonna try and do this without the id thing. And we're gonna try and survive the first tick of her attack before we throw out the id stuff, because that's when our defense goes down and we'll do the most damage. I think that's the play. I think we got this. Okay, let's do this thing. I've been... Oh yeah, we don't need to read it again. It's instinct. I do kind of wish there was a skip function, but whatever. I think there might be a fast forward function somewhere in the emulator. I just don't... I've never had to use it, so... I don't want to go digging for it right this minute. But yeah, this back-to-back boss fight is pretty rough. I genuinely don't really know what I could do other than what we've just done. So if we can't beat it now, it's gonna be rough. I mean, honestly, if Ishatan didn't die, we would have been better off, obviously. Yes, lady, we get it. Your child. It's gonna ask Dr. Krellian's manager here in a second. Boo-hoo! Get down here and fucking throw down, asshole. Oh, I'm so excited for Elden Ring, though. I can't stop thinking about it. It's like the only thing on my mind. Super excited. I still need to buy it. Funny enough. But the preload's up on Xbox now. But I'll only need like a day to preload. I'll be fine. Bum, 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 bum. All right. So we start off by healing. We don't want to die. We only need to heal a little bit. Because he doesn't actually do that much damage. Right, now, you just go in. Hey, we broke it. I don't really know what that means offhand, but not too worried about that. I'm just gonna keep going in on him. I think with the added Shatan damage, I think we'll be okay. Next attack should do it. Oh no. It's gotta be close to dead. Alright, well, we knew we were gonna have to deal with at least one more of them. It's fine though. Shatan doesn't really need to heal too often in the next fight, I don't think. As long as he doesn't take much damage. There we go. Hey, perfect. I do kind of wish we had more fuel. I think we ended up using more than we needed. That's a much less good. Ooh, It's fine. All right, more cutscenes to skip through. More dialogue cutscene. I don't know. Whatever you want to reference this as. Shatan actually can't heal himself anymore. But I think we get Bart to heal once. We get both of them to heal once, potentially. Because that attack does 6k. Alright. I should have enough. Okay. So first things first is fill up our attack level. I think Shatan is fine. Keep doing damage. Alright, we're gonna find out. Definitely hurt, but not as much. Yeah, we should be fine to do this. We'll need to start charging afterwards, though. Trying to get the most out of this before she stacks defense, basically. This should theoretically not do that much damage. If it does, I'm gonna be sad. Yeah, much less. Okay, we'll do one last charge for them both. That's like 18,000 damage done. Oh. It's a bit early, but it works for me. This one's gonna hurt, I have a feeling. Oh, not really. Nice. Cool. So,
My, are we powerful?
cool. I'm glad that we were able to plan that one out and actually get it done. Whew, I was worried. I was very worried. I didn't think she'd have much more than like 20k health, like 25k maybe. It's a better level up. 13 health's pretty big though.
Huh. Well then, let's start over from the beginning again. You think you can beat me this time?
What? I thought I defeated you.
Unless you can decompose her atomic structure, you don't stand much of a chance. Normal attacks are futile against one who has the ability to regenerate. Using nanomachines.
Please don't tease me like that. I don't have enough. I don't have what it takes to fight her a second time. I definitely don't. I can guarantee you I don't.
Now the time has come for the Great Awakening.
What the? My body. It's being torn apart.
It is all Omnigears.
It's pulling me in. Damn. What's going on?
Huh? Hey, is that... No, that's not it. Is that our anima relics? Are they trying to detach the anima relics from Omnigears? This is swallowing up our anima relics.
That is, as the kids say, not good. That's no good.
What's going on?
My Omnigear won't move. I just splashed myself in the face with my drink. Cool.
It's dead. This is the true meaning of the anima relics. To attain their respective animus, return to the persona. The anima relics are really one set of parts that make up Deus, the physical manifestation of God. They regain their original powers or functions by aligning themselves with their destined partner. An Omnigear that has lost its respective anima relic is but a puppet. It becomes a mere vessel or container in which there are no contents. And this girl too was destined to become one with God. You see, Elhaim is really one of the parts of God as well.
What the hell are you talking about?
Put simply, you serve to help bring all the parts of God together here for me. You're a bunch of stupid fools. It's as if you're all clowns. And you believe the legend of how our world and the universe was created. But the Ministry and I fabricated the very myth a long time ago to suit our purposes.
But that's a lie. How can that be true?
I think you'll find that your friends Omnigears are all dead too. I'm talking about your friends who split up and took a different path than you, into this place. They were all parts of God that were disassembled in the past, but once again are all gathered here.
Yes, it is indeed the time for the resurrection of God.
What is it all for? All that I've done up until now.
I'm assuming Elhaim was the one, or Ellie was saying that? I didn't quite, it didn't say, so. Oh.
That I've obtained up till now.
Ramses! It's just you.
What are you doing here, Car?
What about me? My existence was its purpose.
What was its purpose?
Well, there was only one purpose for your existence: to eliminate Emperor Cain. Cain's will had become too much like that of humans. He was too concerned about them. He'd forgotten his mission to revive God. That is why you were created. You're only made to remove our main hindrance. But, as the original living being, Cain had absolute power. To make you turn on Cain, it was necessary to focus your mind on a single point. However, being an artificial life form, you are mentally unstable. That's why we used Faye's existence. Resentment, that is the source of your strength. And you had excelled superbly at fulfilling our expectations of you.
They look down on him so much, he could literally gut her right now and she would have little to do with it. She would have little to do about it.
But we no longer have any more use for you. Haven't you realized that yet? You're a piece of trash, and being the reject that you are, why don't you just leave?
What was I born for? What was I living for? A pathetic excuse for life. Why, you aren't even human. I'm sorry. I've been holding that one in for a while.
Now, what to do with the lot of you? Well, I can't just kill you all, seeing as you served me so well. How about this? As a reward, I'll allow you to be sacrificed too. Be assimilated into Deus, along with this girl.
Ramses! What did I fucking say? Did I not call it? I said he would gut her. They literally designed him to do that. And then decided to play coy with him. Like it didn't fucking matter. I mean, we already know she can't die like that, but still.
Good. This is how I wanted it, Car. I'm fated so as not to be able to kill myself. Now all my wishes have come true. Thanks to you.
Mian. Or maybe it was her robot? Her mech that was nanomachines, but not her? Okay, I don't know. I'm not entirely certain. Maybe they'll explain it. Again, I can't scream right now. It's getting late. Or I would totally try to do it. So, is she insinuating that she egged him on under the guise that he would kill her?
Too bad we missed the action. Omnigears gave out on the way here. Anyways, come on, let's hurry up and save Ellie.
Yeah, I know. But we don't really know what Ramses is about to do. Hang in there, Ellie. I'm letting you down now. That is quite a twist, though. I will say, I didn't really expect Ramses to be the one to aid us. What? Looks like Deus was having other thoughts. It's fine, we'll just casually defeat God. It's not like we needed Faye for that. The fuck? I really don't want to stick my finger in my drink, realistically. There's something floating in it. I think I know what it is. I don't think it's anything major. I think it's just a piece of fuzz, but still. Not fun. I definitely don't want to drink fuzz.
Faye, are you hanging there? She took my gun. What? Why did you do that, Ellie? Ellie, what happened to you? Could you? Don't tell me she's been brainwashed. There's nothing to do with brainwashing, you fool. Ugh. God, that hurt. The majority of my body is comprised of nanomachine colony. Not only for longevity, but also to unify with the mother. So don't be surprised as much damage can be recovered rather quickly. Unify with the mother? That girl, Ellie, is our mother. Yes, I'm the mother of all humans. Ellie. What are you babbling on about? Snap out of it, Ellie! You're as dense as usual, but I don't blame you. So be it. I'll explain it to you all. This Deus, the one you call God, is an interplanetary invasion weapon system that was built in ancient times by humans from another planet. It was created as an automatic weapon which could act upon its own will, take control of a targeted planet. But you should have known this much from looking at the Razo records. Anyway.
Oh. I mean, if it's not, that's fine. Worst case, we just don't do it. Not the end of the world. You can just tell me about it or whatever. But
Anyway, during a test run, Deus became uncontrollable. It released its power and annihilated a whole planet. The creators of Deus found its immeasurable power to be too much of a threat and hence forcibly shut it down. In order to analyze the cause of the problem, its core was dismantled and placed on an interplanetary immigrant passenger ship to be transported to another planet. Becoming aware of this, the disassembled Deus resisted it, tried to take over the passenger ship that was transporting it. However, as a last line of defense against the escape of Deus, its creators unexpectedly destroyed the whole ship, sending it crashing to this planet. Deus knew that it would not be able to get away from the explosion or the imminent impact, so it detached its core from the Zohar power reactor.
Zohar.
Yes, Zohar. It is what drives all the gears on the planet. It is the master generator that transmits its energy to the slave generators in our gears. It is also the source of all the ether power that the inhabitants of this planet utilize.
Okay, so it's basically a form of psychic existence, essentially.
By utilizing the energy displacements caused by actualizing potential future phenomenon, the Zohar modifier has the ability to produce infinite amounts of energy.
Your magic is Wi-Fi. What now? Well, boy, I hope they invent microwaves. I know a great way to shut that power down. Fuck you! I'm gonna heat up my hot pocket, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh no, my magic! It's gone! Ah! It starts snowing really hard. What? My magic's not working anymore.
Source of all of our ether power? Are you saying all our energy comes out from that one power reactor or engine? Yes, but there is more. The core that was detached from Zohar, the biological computer could Kadonomy crashed onto this primitive planet. It activated Persona, its life support plant, that can generate organic material. Using this, it prepared for itself a genetic-based system for the day when Deus would be resurrected.
So in other words, they created a machine that decided it was cooler than humans and said, fuck you, I'm gonna figure this shit out on my own.
Thus, the first humans were created from there. Emperor Arcane and the elders of the Gazelle Ministry.
Oh, so we're not the survivors. Kind of, sort of, not really. I mean, we were basically made out of the genetic material of the survivors, but we are essentially clones of the ship that crash landed here in some form. That would make a lot of sense, kind of. You can see reasonably good at story beats. Yeah, basically. Honestly, you can see where the story beats come from to an extent where you could argue the connection between the games. I know everyone hates that, I'm fine. It's fine. I tend to like trying to stretch things. I mean, I'm a Demon Souls through to Elden Ring fan. So, I mean, it's literally in my fucking code right now to do that kind of thing. So I apologize for anyone that doesn't like that. But it is cool to try and bridge the gap. Obviously, the creator of Xenogears can't come out and say that it is canonically a part of Xenosaga and on. He can't. He physically can't. He would be sued. Well, I mean, he might not be sued, but he could be sued, and so he won't do it. The same way that Miyazaki has to say that Demon Souls isn't canonically a part of Dark Souls, even though there's a lot of evidence that could be dug and put together to make sense. It also, you know, it's just he can't do it because they don't really own Demon Souls the same way they own Dark Souls. They can't do that. So, I, as a fan, can only speculate. But I do like speculating. Obviously, there's no way to know for certain. I mean, GTA, you remember me and Rick were actually talking about it, how technically all this technological shit could realistically fit perfectly into X, I think. I haven't played X, so I don't know how it would, but there's always that chance. But what it more fits into is the backstory of Xenoblade 2. I won't spoil much, but in Xenoblade 2, there is a sequence of events that pretty much shows similar shit as to what we're dealing with right now. I don't know how this game ends. That could actually disprove literally any speculation, I know. And I'll save any further speculation to that point. But I'm just saying, you know, similar themes, similar ideas, you know, that could be evidence that, I don't know. Doesn't matter either way if it is or not, but that point. I really could use the washroom, actually. I'm kind of half tempted to throw the BRB screen up and, like, run and then rush back. Because we'll probably cut streaming here relatively soon. I don't know exactly how soon, but soon. So give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Told you I'll be a second. Anyways.
Are you saying the Emperor and them Xenogears were people born from Deus?
Do you know why the Gazelle Ministry desired the anima relics and your bodies? Well, there's the reason. Before becoming human, the bodies of the Ministry were once part of the organic elements in the core circuit that made up Deus. There were 2 types of organic elements. The female type was called anima, while the male type was called animus. They were also created with the added ability to become mobile weapons by merging with machinery that was suited for use as terminal interface weapons for Deus.
So in other words, the Omnigears.
In other words,
Fucking reading Ellie's mind here, Jesus. I hate that she used the exact same phrasing as me. That's fucked.
In other words, those Omnigears you were using were one form of such weapons. The Ministry, which were animus, were to become one again with their separated anima at the time of the resurrection of God. But in a war 500 years ago, they all lost their physical bodies. It was then that they decided to extract their own genetic factor from certain individuals of their human descendants who carried the appropriate sets of DNA.
Oops, shit. I didn't mean to skip that. Whoops. I didn't mean to hit a button. I'm sad now. It's fine. We can kind of infer what she's saying anyways.
Descendants?
Then we're all...
Yes, humans are all descendants of Cain and the Gazelle Ministry. They were born from the persona, gave birth, and propagated. They followed their inbuilt program to someday resurrect the heavily damaged Deus.
And all the people in the world were created solely to resurrect Deus.
Yes, but it wasn't just to restore its old body. More than half of Deus is constructed of biological parts. Do you remember those mutated humans? Those are all people who were destined to become replacement parts for Deus.
The humans are parts of God.
Yes, almost all the people are destined to become parts of Deus. But you people gathered here are all different. You could say you escaped that destiny by existing through multiple generations. In actuality, there wasn't enough parts for Deus, but Hellion compensated for what was lacking. The reduction in the number of parts was due to humans living through multiple generations. But that deficiency in the human factor was made up for by the nanomachines created by Krelian. Not only that, but as nanomachines added additional functions, Deus has thus evolved into the perfect weapon.
Ellie, what has happened? Why do you know all that?
I am Mion, the Keeper of Time, the representative of our god Deus. I was born to guide the people toward the path of resurrection of Deus.
That's ridiculous. Young was just...
You're limited in your ability to understand, I see. Myung's factor exists within all women. The one who transcends the generations, the caretaker of humans. When the previous one dies, somewhere another Myung is awakened. It is programmed into all women's DNA to be that way.
So that is what happened. Oh, so Karen wasn't Myung. Exactly. She became Myung. Okay. That makes a bit more sense.
Who inherits the duty is just a matter of probability, Faye. That Myung over there and I are the same existence. We are all parts of Deus, all caretakers of humans.
Yeah, something like that.
Let us end this discussion now. Deus is awakened. I am one of the parts that compose Deus, hence I must become one with it.
Ellie? Why did it have to be you? If Myung is a part for Deus, why did it not happen earlier?
And it's still not enough for her to just have awakened. Although she may be Myung, she still isn't the true Myung.
The true Myung. Let's go, Krelian. All that is left to do is vanquish the planet's civilization and return it to how it was. Then I can complete my unification with the final fragment of Deus, the Zohar modifier. The power reactor that fell upon the planet and became our genesis, now our apocalypse. Eradication of civilization. What is the purpose of doing that? Who knows? The creations of God will someday be a hindrance. That is why they must be eliminated. I am just programmed to act in this way.
Come. It is time for the awakening of the true mother.
Please, wait. Ellie!
Farewell, Faye. May you have a peaceful awakening.
I'm actually entirely unsure how this plays out. Also, is this the end of the game? Are we at the very end here? Like, I'm curious. Should I keep streaming? Because I could go another hour. I don't. No. Okay. I just don't want to like start up stream tomorrow and beat the game in an hour. You know what I mean? That would be not the greatest feeling.
Ellie. Wait, Faye? We've released the system. Stand right. We're only endangering ourselves. Let's get out of here for now.
I would love to save my data. Well, guys, I think we're gonna end it here, as it is 1 a.m. And you know what? If we go live tomorrow and we beat the game before I would normally end stream, maybe we'll just swap over to Genshin.